Yo. Good morning. Morning, everybody. Happy Monday. How's it going? Yo, yo, yo. Morning. Welcome in. It's a good day, huh? Good day so far. Cup of sugar is to treat the schmeat like fun dip. It's good, y'all. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's good? Good day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oops. Move Steam over here so I can see. It is a good day. Very good day so far, you know. Did y'all see my sick ass game yesterday? I won 5-0. I missed it. I tapped your stream notification and it was over. I was so upset. I was like, damn it, I missed it. 5-0? Damn. That's impressive. My mom soloed the entire basketball team. I picked the wrong sport. Yeah, I missed it. Greetings. Welcome, Dagger. How are you? How's it going? Fine. Good. Oh, sorry, it's only a small game, but these guys suck. Yeah, 5-0, you know. They played worse than the Timberwolves last night, you know. Still can't believe about yesterday. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still overwhelmed. Like I looked at that number right there, and that's still crazy to me. You know? 5-0 is crazy. How many did you score, Strange? How many did you score? Can't believe the Oceans won. The Oceans. The Creeks. Damn. I scored all 5? Jesus, look at you. Fucking Messi over here, bruh. It's okay. Your Schmeat makes it 63. It was 73. My bad, the Lakers. You know they won. You know what I'm saying? Lakers, they did it big, you know? I got the screen right here. You know what I'm saying? You see it. But honestly, I think the story of yesterday was this fucking game. This game was never close. Going to again? No, bro. That was yesterday. That's in the past, you know what I'm saying? Morning chat. Yo, what's up, Saul? I was looking. I scored 5 and I was the goalie? What? What? Yeah, bad try. If I'm looking this way, I'm actively looking at chat so I can see when the redemptions come through. I know I did too early. Yeah, I jumped the gun a little bit, you know. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at a heat check, you know. You got to get a heat check in. It's cool. I'm really bad at that. No. You're still learning, you know. You're still learning. It's all right. I will never not be bricked up again. Right, I'm trying to tell you, it was an interesting game. Yeah, letting the goalie score 5 goals, like, I feel like you should quit soccer, to be honest with you. I feel like you should quit. It is an art. Yeah, you gotta find your time, you know what I'm saying? You gotta find your time. You know, it takes a little bit. It's cool. I was the ref and I scored all the goals. That's even crazier. That's even crazier. That's even crazier, man. You know? My mom let a piano player score 5 goals. We talking about the same sport or no? You know? I was in the stand scoring goals. Damn. That game was crazy, huh? Takes years of mastery to reach this level. Yeah, Saul is the greatest of the jump scarers. You know? He is the greatest of the jump scarers right now. He is. I was born in it, raised in it, molded by the jump scares. He has become the jump scares. You see what I'm saying? He has. Yo, Snow, did you see this? I just saw this. Jalen Hurts got a new contract, bruh. $255. Damn. $255. Good for him, man. Good for Jalen. My dad with chlamydia scored 69 goals against paraplegic fetuses. That's not good. That's weird. I'm gonna be honest with you. 5 years, 255. Yeah. That's crazy. 255. Eagles on top, Sixers on top. I mean, with Giannis out, it's looking easier. 51 mil a year, he's not that good. I don't know how they're gonna make up the rest of the roster. You know? Because, like, that's a big chunk of salary cap space. And that's usually when teams start to go down. Oh, my mom, OF, about to give her $40 of her own dollars. You feel me? Hey, you know, it's y'all's money. You know what I'm saying? It's y'all's money. It's y'all's. You know, I'm not going to shame you for spending y'all's money. Feel me? You call me weird, Skratsx? Remember that. Did I call you weird? Oh, this motherfucker. No, see, here's the thing. Snow's been here for a while, right? Like, so I know. I was looking at that one too. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, Strange. I was looking. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of channel points, let me pull up the dashboard. Yeah, I was looking. My fault. My bad, man. Speaking of channel points, where's it at? My God, you guys are making me cry. Speaking of channel points, we have a redemption coming through soon. Where is it? It's at the bottom. We got 2 redemptions coming through. Close your eyes. Oh, sorry. You see, we have play a scary game right here and a wheel spin for a horror game. You know what I mean? I do have the game for the scary game. Okay? It is, close this. Mortuary assistant. It's right here. Feel me? Right there. So, just, you know, I'm not enabling it right now because I'm scared. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm scared. Like, I'm not ashamed to admit that I'm scared. That game fucks, does it? Does it? 2 mil and I'll go in? All right, I got you. Does it? I've never played it. I've never played it. You know? It's not that scary, but... Oh, my bad. I forgot to add points. Hold on. Still waking up. My fault. There you go. I respelled it again. I misspelled it again. Hold on. There we go. I don't have any points. I'm broke as fuck. You know what? I got y'all. There you go. There you go. But yeah, so that's the game for now. Hey, good morning, Jay. How are you? I'll go on as well. I just gave you $1 million. You feel me? There you go. Look at you. But Mortuary Assistant is on dock. The other game, I mean, we could make it Poppy playtime. John has insane luck at this. He does. I'm good. I'm glad. I am happy you are. You know, I am very happy you are. We could also make it. We do horror now? No. Hell no. No. No, we can't right now. Do you see the title? We will actually play Red Dead today. Are you, sir? I am pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday, I was a little overwhelmed by everything. You know, I was a little overwhelmed, but I'm pretty good today. You know, Lakers won. The Suns lost. You know, woke up today. It's a good day. You feel me? But why? Because I said so. Chat can be overwhelming, honestly. No, it wasn't even chat, bro. It was the gifteds. Chat doesn't really ever... Did I die in Minecraft? Did they? I wouldn't mind you playing horror games. Like, you can dedicate some days of the week, for example, Horror Game Wednesday. I might. That's work as well. Oh, what a shot! The Suns lost? Yes, sir, they did. You need a OF. That's never... It's petty_AF. Yo, what's up, Feeve? How are you? How are you? How's it going? It's petty_AF, I believe. No, it's petty AF underscore. Yo, what's up, Illy? What's up? No, that's disappointing. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I was ecstatic. I hate the Clippers, but I hate the Suns more. Bro, how bad? Where's it? Is it 2 underscores? Or no? Lots of work, but I'm good. Got some fun stuff planned for the future. That's what I like to hear. I'm not playing horror right now, Lev. Go away. Will we, though? Will we? I plan to. I plan to. I got autocorrect all and lost all my shit. Hey, man. It happens, you know? It happens. It's a risk you take. It's a risk you take. Damn. Damn. There you go.
That is cut to your size.
Rip. Yeah. Rip.
That's disrespectful, bro.
I'm telling you. John has insane luck proved. He actually does.
Yeah, make it skinnier too, because you fucking know it is. He was really walking around with a fucking hammer in 3rd grade.
Well, if you play horror, you should play Dead by Daylight. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what it is by Dead by Daylight, but
he
I've
would
seen it
occasionally
played,
put the fucking shoe
and
on the
I
wrong
just
foot.
don't like it.
He put it on his fucking left foot and his dick by accident. That's crazy.
You know, Dead by Daylight's toxic. Don't play it. There's just something about it where I don't like it. I've seen it and I just don't like it. Like, I won't even watch people play it. They go, oh, today we're playing Death by Daylight, and I got off stream. I just don't like it for some reason. I lost 200K going all in yesterday. I ain't taking a risk again. It's honestly not worth the hype. I agree. Damn, Snow. I played it and bored the hell. Yeah, like, I just don't see the hype of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't look fun to me. I think you did. Ungamble. It's too late, man. It's too late. It's too late. You're broke. I'm sorry, man. It happens, you know? It happens. The Dead by Daylight can be toxic, although it's still fun. I'd recommend it anyway. Just the community of people can be total dicks. But if you don't care, it's a good game. Wait, what's not fun? I just don't... Like, I've seen people play Dead by Daylight, and I just look and I'm like, It doesn't look like the game for me. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look like a game that I'd like. That's just me though. Yeah, like I can understand how other people do. Don't believe the hype. Okay, meta. No, hey, yeah, like I respect those who like it, but it just doesn't seem like something that I would find fun. It feels like a weird game of tag almost. You know what I'm saying? Feels like a weird game of tag. So, all the NPCs you want, Leb? Fuck mushroom. Wait, Strange, did you say I died in Minecraft? Because I didn't play. I just spawned in. And I was typing in chat. But I had the volume muted. So I don't know if I was, because I was watching the Nuggets game. Yes, I did. Oh. I wasn't paying attention. I literally took the quiz. I took the quiz and I wasn't paying attention. Damn. Welcome back to the points realm, Snow. It feels bricky when you play it. It's just really delayed. It said laughing cough and died. Damn. Because I wasn't looking. I got the link and I was taking the quiz and responding to you guys in chat. Even though I don't, the only one I know who's who is you. I don't know the other names, so I don't know who's who. The Nuggets went bananas. I didn't think it would be that bad. Me neither. That was a crazy blowout. Like, laughing coughing like SAO. Yep. That's where I got it from. But I've had that name for forever. Since season 1 of SAO. It's time to change your Steam name from SAO to Skratsx. You think I should? I'll change it. It was funny because we thought you rage quit right after, because after you died, you left. No, I literally just logged in so I could get the realm, and then you guys mentioned that quiz, so I took the quiz and I was like, all right, I'm off. I'm out of here. You know, I didn't rage quit. The timing is crazy though. I was like, damn, no, I didn't rage quit. I promise. But I will need like a walkthrough, because I quite literally have never played Minecraft. You know what I'm saying? Skratsx the Minecraft streamer? I don't think I'll ever stream it, to be honest. But I have never played. Ever. So, I need like a walkthrough. It's fun, is it? I think it's probably more fun with people, right? Because like, when I've seen it before, I just didn't get it. That's okay, I got you? Okay. Because I just didn't get it, you know? I was like, I don't understand. I was trying to give Matt some starting tips. Wait, what was your name? And were you in there last night? So I saw people chatting, but I literally only know Strange's username. Nope, okay. I need to change. I'll change my username so it's me. I'm really excited. I'm almost done with my sports era of streaming. There we go. What's the first like non-sports one? What's the first non-sports one? I hate Minecraft with a passion. Why? What happened? All right, I'm changing the profile name. I still have to do some stuff. Matt is in the server, isn't he? There we go. My Steam name's Skratsx now. It's Skratsx. I'm not laughing coughing on Steam. I'll change the other stuff later. Actually, I'll probably keep like my Blizzard name, laughing coughing. What's good, family? Just popping in for a bit to say hi and chill before I got to dip. What's up, Gravity? How are you? I bought it for my son. I know that like his age range loves Minecraft and Roblox, but I don't know. I saw Minecraft all those years ago and I was like, I don't get it. I don't get the hype. You know? Might be Hades. That's a good one. Hades is a good one. I love that game, but I also get very frustrated. Good. What y'all knitters up to? Just chilling, you know? Just chilling a little bit, you know? Waking up. You know how it goes. I haven't been up that long. I gotta change my Minecraft name too. Is it my Xbox Live gamer tag? Is that what it is? I'm changing my Steam and my Xbox one, but I'm not changing the other ones, I'll be honest with you. The other ones will just stay laughing, coughing. But Steam is good. Like, do I play? Let me see. Let me look at my Steam. What's the weirdest name I've ever been called, everyone? I don't know. Took the day off making coffee with the French press. Ooh, French press sounds fancy. We building dirt dicks in Minecraft? I've never played Minecraft really, Gravity, and so Strange and Addy invited me to their server, and so I logged in yesterday for the first time. Oh, what's the weirdest name I've been called? What's up, family? Yo, what's up? Killmonger, how are you? How are you? I don't know what the weirdest name I've been called. It's probably something like when I was playing football, to be honest. Because the crowds get weird. You know what I'm saying? The crowds get a little weird at sports. So probably something there. But I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm cool with this being Skratsx. My nickname is KFC. Why? A pack of lips. Someone read your name, a pack of lips. The thing that I hate, if I pop into someone's chat, sometimes people call me Skratsx. More than one, really? They'll be like, hi, Skratsx. I hate that. That actually drives me nuts. That drives me nuts. I hate it. You know? I also hate when people call me Jules. That drives me nuts too. You see my mic sounds like KFC drive-thru radio. Oh, okay. I was thinking it was like another reason. I was gonna be like, damn, that's actually tough. Not a bro about to start work. Yeah. Hopefully it's a good day at work. Hopefully it's a good day at work today. You know? It's gotta be Moon Cricket. Didn't even know that was an insult. I had to Google that shit before I got offended. Yeah, it actually probably is Moon Cricket. I'm not gonna lie to you. That is the weirdest thing I've ever been called. And it happened here. Because I was saying yesterday, like my parents experienced the racism where they were throwing rocks at the bus and they didn't know what it was. I'm glad my name's Easy. I felt like my name is Easy, right? And people ask all the time how to say it. But I keep getting Skratsx. And I just don't understand how you see Skratsx. You know? Like just read it. You just read it. I'm not used to Strange Seed, I'm used to Strange. Yeah, I just say Strange. We starting early. You know, you gotta wake up. Nah, I'm Vincent, you're Jules, and Halloween gonna be lit. Okay. That's the one time I'm cool with it. Like, these motherfuckers creative as fuck with these. That's why I didn't ban him. I was literally like, that was so creative, I'll just time you out. You know? But he hasn't been back. One person said Seed, and I was like, nah, I don't like it. Yeah, I can't call you Seed. That just doesn't feel right. You know? It's strange. You know? I can't call you Seed. I'm gonna call you My Seed. That's a little more personal. Scratchy, what's up, awesome? How are you? What's up? What's up, man? Seed is weird. I agree. It's strange. Strange. I love Seed. I mean, interesting, man. You know, good for you, man. We all love Strange around here. You know, but not Seed. Seed's a little interesting. I was in my Discord. Let me close that. Seed is weird, but should be his alt account. Yes. You should make an alt account and make it Seed Strange. _ Seed Strange. I call Strange Bulbasaur Bulbasaur. Strange Seed equals Seed is weird. Yeah. Ashy Daddy, cause Strange don't wear lotion. Yeah, that's the other name. Ashy Daddy. Get it? It's funny. Strange Seed equals Seed is weird. Oh yeah. I just got that. That went, but I just reread. I get what you're saying. I don't need lotion. Everybody needs lotion. Everybody. Maybe not as much as others, you know? All right, I'm changing my Xbox gamer tag. It'll be Skratsx, so you know who it is. If it's available. It's available. Cocoa butter, that's the stuff. But T-Mobile sucks? Yeah, they do. I'm not gonna lie to you. What'd they do? Gamer tag chain. I'm not changing my gamer tag. I don't feel like paying for it. Never mind, it's staying laughing coughing. Fuck lotion? I don't even own lotion. Yo, you should buy you some lotion, bro. Treat yourself. Because you're smooth as fuck. Exactly. You should get you some lotion, bro. You know? Go get you the Vaseline cocoa butter. I'm telling you. What y'all beating the schmeat with if you ain't got lotion? Some people are dry beaters, you know? Some people are dry beaters. It has to be in 160p or it buffers every 5 seconds. I actually hate that. It does that with my phone too. I hate that. You know? That's a crime. You know, some people just, you know, they just go at it. Dry beaters. You know? It's like different. I'm a dry, I ain't gonna lie. See, I'm a dry beater for real, for real. See? It's like factions. You have the lotions and you have the lotions and the dries. You know? Some people, you know, some people do both. It's a good skill to have. I actually did, you know? It might be Twitch though. I was on Kick yesterday and I don't remember it buffering like that. It could be. Experiencing once, walking around all flammable. You know, some people like the potential danger of fire. Ever since I was a young boy, what you gonna do when you run out of lube? You're fucked. Well, actually, you're not because you don't have lube. So, yeah. You know what it is. There's two kingdoms in this world. We the dries, dry the wets, flammable. You know, some people like that risk. You know, there's two factions. There's the dries and the lubed. You know, it is what it is. I respect all beaters. You know? You do you, man. Motherfuckers can click them elbows together and start a fire. You know how it is, like that scene in The Proud Family when Oscar had to rub his ankles together to start a fire. You know? Can't hear it work. Hello, Sheps. Hello, Sheps. We love you. Yep. Like that scene in The Proud Family. Have a good lurk, Sheps. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just like Oscar. That scene is like stuck in here when they were like, we need to start a fire. And he just rubbed his ashy ass ankles together. Oh my God, Skratsx the Factory. Remember that? I love you that much more. I love The Proud Family. I reference it more than I should. It's such a good show. I haven't seen the new one though. I don't know if the new one's good because I'm scared for it to ruin it. But the old one, I've seen every episode. The movie, you know, all of it. That was my shit. Oscar Proud was just too funny. Too funny. You know? Okay, let me see. Close this. Did I miss anything? Nope. Nope, we're good. Okay. I don't really want to watch Food Dip today. He put out a new video, but I just don't feel like watching him. Such a great show, and neither have I. Yeah, like, when people say they're going to remake a show, I get scared now. I used to be excited. Would you do NoFap? I mean, if I had a reason to, probably. I don't really have a reason, you know? Plus, I'm not going to lie. I've noticed that the people who actively participate in it get a little weird. You know what I'm saying? They get a little weird. They start acting like vegans or people who do CrossFit. You know what I'm saying? Same with all these movies. Yeah, like they do a remake or a sequel much later, and I get nervous because I know they're going to ruin it. I've been playing Phasmophobia with some friends and shitting myself. Is it that bad? Don't forget Legate's new rule before he comes in. You're right. You're right. I'm on 15 minutes. Good for you, Awesome. Good for you, bro. I'm proud of you, man. Just don't get weird, bro. You know? People get weird. I don't even know if I'm watching videos today. What about Phasmophobia? I was asking if it's like that scary. Because I could add that to the wheel. 15 minutes beating it? No, 15 minutes NoFap. Oh, side note, Mario was cool. For sure was made for kids. Would you recommend others people going to see it? I was looking at Phasmophobia. Keeps getting distracted by my own screen. 7 out of 10. Damn. Okay. I think I may see it. It can be. It's not too bad when you get used to it. It's pretty scary. Definitely gonna want friends to play with it. Oh, I tapped on the way to and from the grocery store. Hey, man, you know, it's a good use of time. You know, you're just sitting in the car anyway. What's the new one too? Are you gonna play Demonologist? I think it's called. If you play Phasmo, I might gotta join. Okay, bet. I beat to a curvy bit of crust from my sandwich once. Good times. Damn. That's actually wild, bro. Came straight from your TikTok, bro. You're dope, man. Yo, Angel, I appreciate that, man, for real. I really do appreciate that. It's always cool when someone tells me they came from TikTok. You know? Thank you for coming through, man. Demonologist is supposed to be even scarier. That's what I was asking. Like, we could play both. J. King, just so you know. I figured so. Yo, what's up, Lando? What's up? Don't believe anything. I typically don't. That Steph Curry video, play Visage. So here's the thing about Visage feeds that I've heard, is that it's hard to get into because it's like a difficult puzzle game. And I've heard that some people played it and it was so difficult to get into the scary part that they just quit. Yeah, I'd go if you have the time. I need to. I actually want to see it. I'm going to go to one of them early showings so the theater's not full, though. I love it when no one's in the theater. This is just tough to the puzzle and backtracking. That's what I've heard. Because Petty was telling me that the other day. He was saying, like, the puzzle part got so frustrating that he never got to the scary part. You know, but if I can get into it, I will. Also, speaking of game streaming, I've decided I'm not going to stream the Tears of the Kingdom because Nintendo's being weird and striking people's videos. So, you know, I'm not taking a risk. Nintendo's being weird again. Yeah, man, you replied to one of my comments on your video about becoming an affiliate. Been taking your advice and tips. Thank you. Oh, you know, I hope it's helped. And thank you for commenting, by the way. I hope that it's helped, and I'm glad to have you here. And I'm glad, if it has helped, that it is helping. You know? This just looks fun for Let's Play videos since all the dead air can be edited out. True. Well, if it was dead air here, it'd probably be me looking over and chatting. I think that's one of the things I thought about it yesterday. It can probably be really frustrating looking at me playing games on stream. What that's at, yeah. They've been striking down, because they struck down a bunch of Breath of the Wild videos like over the weekend. And so I'm not risking it. I'm not doing it. Angel, keep grinding, brother. I'm saying, keep up the grind. Keep up the grind for real. I like dead air in videos. Well, my dead air here is me talking to you guys, right? And so I was thinking for viewers, Skratsx, what's up, Mozzie? How are you? I was thinking for viewers, right? Wait, what happened? I said that I'm not streaming the new Tears of the Kingdom game that's coming out because Nintendo's doing that thing again where they're striking down content creators' videos. So I'm just not doing it. I hate the quick edits of YouTube videos today, like Jacksepticeye, Markiplier. Shit pisses me off. Sugma, I'm saying. Dead air means silence from a content creator not speaking. Yeah. But I was thinking it must be frustrating for people who come here just to watch the game because I'm not playing at my best ability because I'm not entirely focused on the game, you know? And so like some people be like, it's right there. It's right there, bro. But I'm not completely focused. You know what I'm saying? And so I was wondering if that was frustrating for some people, even though I'm having fun. Okay. How you feeling, gang? Oh, I'm good. I am good, you know? It's a good day. You know, like I'm having fun, but it's not like I'm playing to my best because I'm not just focused on the game. If I was sitting here ignoring you guys and I got over it fast. Like if I was ignoring chat and just playing, then I would be playing like at a higher level. Yo, what's up, Glitch? What's up? I'm here for the vibes, not for the games, to be honest. I'm glad. It must frustrate you all when I play games. Nah, because you're interacting with chat. Yeah. I was just thinking like the people who are like, I really want to see the game be played well. Like, I'm here. I'm distracted. Facts, I'd rather watch someone who's just having fun and just here for the vibes. Vibes are immaculate. Yo, I appreciate that for real. I appreciate that. Yeah. Because I know some people are like, game. But I'm also like, deaf here for the vibes, fuck the game. Thank you. That's how I feel. Like if I don't really watch streams for gameplay. You know? Like some streamers, I'll literally just like watch them just chat and then I'll mute when they play the game and I'll just kind of lurk. People who want to see good gameplay are weird. Let me be bad, bro. It's funny, right? Legit with my playthroughs, I have to entertain myself when I'm looting in Resident Evil 4 and know I have to cut all that out. I don't know how I'm going to do gameplay videos. I want to post some, but I'm thinking just taking like 30-minute chunks and just posting them. But that's going to be a lot of videos. Because like, how long have we been playing Red Dead? 2 weeks? You know what I'm saying? And we've gotten like little done because we're just chilling. I enjoy it. Like, I prefer people who talk than just like, look, I like Shroud. Watching Shroud's highlights are cool, but I don't necessarily watch Shroud because it's more gameplay. And I don't necessarily care about that. In my case, I'm asked at every game, so I like interacting with chat. Like, I can be good. I legitimately can be good, right? But I'm distracted. That's also why I don't play like competitive games on stream. Just post the funny parts and make comps. I may have to. Bro, I hate potato salad. What the fuck? Are you eating potato salad at 10:30 in the morning? Bro, my Resident Evil 4 recording was 2 hours and 5 minutes. All those cuts have reduced it to 25 minutes. Damn. That's what I do. I may have to. Like, TikToks are a lot easier because I don't have to sort through it because I clip everything. Right? What I am thinking of doing is doing a best of the month of just clips and just putting all those together and throwing it up. A best of the month I feel like would be cool. And eventually when I'm not lazy, I want to do like a stream recap before every stream where it's like, last time. And it shows like 2 or 3 clips and then we jump into the stream. But I don't know. Yes, don't judge me, boy. I'm not judging. I'm just confused. Because I'm not judging. I just never woke up and it got to like 10:30 and I was like, damn, you know what I want? Potato salad. You know, I've never really thought about potato salad like that. You know, like if it's there, it's cool, but I'm never just like, that's the breakfast I need. You have? I mean, you know, I respect it. It's just not for me. You know what I'm saying? It's a balanced breakfast. Potato salad is peak. I eat it whenever. Really. I guess I just never seek out potato salad. It's leftovers, bro. It's what I have. Mommy potato salad breakfast. Like, I think I prefer mommy there to start it. You know? I really don't like it, to be honest. I once made a potato salad sandwich. Was it just bread and potato salad? Was it? I've never had a potato salad sandwich before. Anyone making gameplay videos? What ideas do you have? I don't know, to be honest. But I feel like I should, like, we do play games on here. So I feel like I should share that. I just don't know how because I don't have a lot of time to edit. Morning, Skratsx. Welcome, Twitch. Good morning. How are you? Help you use potato bread would be meta. That's a good, you should have. No, I added other stuff on it, but I made it like an egg salad sandwich. I've never had egg salad. So I don't know what that's like. I have a nuke and a rocket launcher and a laser minigun with a death ray mod. Is that peak gaming or no? I mean, it sounds peak. You know? I need someone to like teach me their ways about YouTube. My shorts do good, but I don't know how to like go about videos. Yeah, I mark parts I like and I pull at least 6 to 9 TikToks / IG vids from a larger video. W game, it is. That's what I do that for like TikTok, so I just do it as I go. You never had an egg salad, Skratsx? You gotta come over for food. I've legitimately never had it. I've never had egg salad, chicken salad. I've had potato salad, but those other ones, I've never had them. I don't have a lot of time to edit. You could record gameplay while you're streaming, then in the recording when you think you have enough footage. That's what I was thinking, because I can always chop it. Like I can just go boom, raw segments. But I feel like something more edited is probably better. I may have to make like a like one day when I get off stream, just a content editing time where I do literally nothing but edit. Someone teach me to wait, bro. I've been editing for 2 years. Wawa chicken salad sandwich is fire. Oh, you're East Coast, huh? I've never been to. I haven't been to a Wawa in my adulthood. I'll say that. So I lived on the East Coast when I was like 8. Chicken salad's amazing. Chicken salad is trash, bro. Hell no. Okay, I'm getting 3 different opinions here. I've never had chicken salad. Is it like egg salad just with chicken, or is it different? Not that I've had egg salad either, to be fair. With the mayonnaise, is that chicken salad? Let me look. Chicken salad. You get a recipe. What kind of chicken salad are you eating? If so, I hate that. So yes, mayo is a base item. I don't have time to edit it, but you've done some editing before, right? Yeah, so I actually used to make money editing videos. You know? I just now, with like my photography job and all that, I don't really have a lot of time to edit long videos. I can do short stuff, but not long videos. Never had egg salad, but chicken salad is good with anything. Man, dead ass, really. I don't like mayo like that. It's a base in all salads. What's in, let me see. Okay, let me look at the Google images here. Okay, so I'm getting I've had this kind of chicken salad, you know? I've got that. I've never had this though. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, man, good editing takes a lot of time. Yeah, that's my issue. So like with TikToks, the reason I can pump TikToks out pretty quickly is because I have templates, right? I made templates for everything, so I can just double click, and I just cut it. And so that's easy. But like with longer videos, I don't have templates for that, you know? I like mayo on a sandwich. That's about it for me. I don't really like mayo like that. So the trick is never to overload your chicken salad with mayo. Okay. You got to be light, just like a little mayo. Yeah, I may have to like try somebody's. Now the first chicken salad looks delicious. I'll fuck this chicken salad up, bro. Like, I love salads like this. I love them. Yeah, I think I've had it heavy mayo in the past. That's probably it. Editing vids, it's like extra credit after doing your homework, and boy is it right? That's it. So from one editor to another, I'm happy you enjoyed my video, my guy. I did enjoy it a lot, actually. Then you make up the rest with good fillers like green onion, celery, seasonings, and some mustard. Delicious. Okay, Twitch, you're making me want to try it, but I don't know where to go to try it. That's my other thing, because I'm not going to a store to get it, because I know store-bought is not going to be peak, you know? It's not going to be peak chicken salad. So I got to figure that out. Guys, I'll send you my recipe. Thank you. I will make it then. Thank you. That's better. I got to leave now. It's time. Yo, awesome. Thanks for stopping through, man. I appreciate you. I mean, depends what store. Yeah, but all I have is like Walmart and Kroger around here, so I don't trust it, to be honest. I don't trust it. You know, Kroger does some things good, but I just don't believe. You got Costco on the West Coast? Yeah, we got Costco. I'm in the Central though. I'm in Central, but we got Costco. I've never found a store-bought chicken salad I like. That's my issue. I feel like oh no, yeah, no, exactly. I also have an HEB now. I forgot about that, but I don't know. The Walmart kind is gross, by the way. It looks like it would be. The reason why I'm always hesitant is because stores make things blander, right? They make things more bland to serve a more general audience, or they make it weird. You know, 100%. It's always like, that part could be better. Oh, and this could be changed. Yeah, and then you kind of look up and it's been like an hour and a half and you're not even halfway done editing the video and you're just like, damn. So like one day I'll have an editor and it'll go smooth. One day. I'm looking at these chicken salads though, and I really want one now. These look good. Walmart has some good chicken wraps, by the way. I've never bought a chicken wrap from Walmart. I felt like the Elmo TikTok sound. They're green oh, I know what you're talking about. That's a big word for Elmo. I remember that sound. That was oh man, I remember that trend. That was a good one. That was like right before I started posting TikToks. You know, like right before. I 100% would have used that sound. You know? I don't know. Oh, Strange whispered me. I'm going to edit this so hard. BRB. What did I say? Now, the first chicken salad looks delicious. I'll fuck this chicken salad up, bro. He's going to make it say, I'll fuck this chicken, isn't he? I know what he's going to do. You look up and not even 30 minutes. Preachers acquired, my guy. Adding subtitles takes longer than expected to, but wow, so worth it. I love a good chicken wrap. The Caesar wraps are fucking amazing. I know what he's gonna do, bro. I'm gonna get a whisper or a tweet, and it's gonna be me saying, "I'll
the
fuck
first
the
chicken salad looks delicious. I'll fuck this chicken salad up, bro.
Good Lord, that was a good one.
Like-
I know what he's gonna do, bro. I know it. I'm just waiting for my DM now. I'll fuck this chicken salad. I know what's gonna happen. Oh my god, I know it. We're gonna have to make like an out of context video at this point. Oh, I just saw a whisper and I was like, oh, what did he send me? And it's that clip. Skratsx deepfake. Yeah, it's gonna be. He's plotting. I know exactly what's gonna be. That would be a great title for an ASMR. Oh, it would be actually. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine someone doing that? And it'll just be them eating it. Got that AI Skratsx vid. Yo, Twitch, thanks for the sub. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still overwhelmed by the sub sound after yesterday. W's. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know what that means now? You know what that means? I mean, you were already one of us, but now you're officially one of us. You know? You're officially one of us. Well, you're getting canceled for bestiality. No, because there's a salad right here. You can see it. Unless he just takes this. Then maybe. I figured you deserved it since you're going to get clipped over a fucking chicken salad. Sup? How's it going? Twitch recommending your stream. Yo, the real Red Fire. Thanks for stopping through, man. I'm good. How are you? Bag them and tag them. Yep. It's going to happen, man. Like, I'm good, though. How are you? Thanks for stopping through, man. I'm still overwhelmed by the sub sound after yesterday. You still on edge after that? Bruh, same. I feel like I'm being watched. Yeah. Nope. I don't care. I'm canceling right now. Posted, tweet, done. Did you at me? Did you tag me in it or you subtweet me? Doing well. Just adding some photos of my IRL cars for IG. Yo, you post cars on Instagram? Do you have like, you do like luxury cars? No, I'm joking, baby. Yo, thank you. Thank you. I'd hate to be canceled over a chicken salad. Could you imagine that? That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. If you're gonna talk shit on Twitter, you better at least at me so I can laugh too. Exactly. Don't subtweet me, bro. Don't subtweet me. Like, let me see it. You know? Like, let us both enjoy the tweet. But let me see it. Yes, on my photography page, but my car page is a bag Tesla. Oh, is that your username right here? Spaced? If so, I'll look right now. I actually think car photographers are cool. I photograph people, but I think people who photograph cars are cool. Oh, it's not. Okay. All right, okay. Got you. That's cool, though. That's cool. Got you. Bay Area Carbon. Got you. I love that Magic Card emote. The fish are armed. Don't worry, fish. You're safe around here. You're safe. Bay Area Photography 49 is my photography page. Okay, I got you. I'll pull it up on my desktop. That's dope, though. That is dope. That's a dope emote. I'm saying. You know who else has dope emote? Killmonger. Killmonger does. I saw them yesterday. I got so hyped when I saw the emote. I was like, damn. Look at him. Let me pull it up. I got to favorite him on here. I hate the 7 TV update. Look at those. I got so hyped. I saw those. I was like, damn. Look at them, bro. Look at them. Same. Like, they're cool as fuck. My current favorite emote. The Gengar emotes are so cool. These are so cool. Wolf has some good emotes. Yo, your car photos are dope. Car photos are dope, real. They're dope. They are fire, I'm saying. No, not that. The 7 TV thing. Oh, yeah, the 7 TV update is annoying as fuck. They're taking forever to approve my other emotes. Yeah, I think if they take 2 weeks, delete them and re-upload them. I have to do that with the Bean emote. But they are fire. The Gengar ones are so good, bro. Oh, you got a Haunter one right there? Okay. Yeah, I like these. I like those. They wouldn't approve many of mine. Like, it's annoying. My fave emote. Yo, I love that. They're just pending constantly. Yeah, I heard if they take 2 weeks, you have to delete them and then re-upload them. But I need to actually email Twitch because I think I've been affiliate for more than 60 days, so mine should auto do it, but they haven't. I'll definitely try that. Yeah. And if you've been affiliate for more than 60 days, I think you have to contact them because they should have auto. So I want to get follower emotes too. Let me see. Instant eligibility rules for affiliates are what? It's has streamed at least 60 days as an affiliate over 2 years. So Twitch emote have to pass some sort of TOS inspection. Yeah, they're manually inspected. But if you've been affiliate for 60 days, they should auto do it. My new fave emote. Kipo's a good one. Kipo's is a good emote. I have not received this. I don't have any of this, and this is not happening to me. So like I should be good. So I have to actually have to contact Twitch, which is always difficult. You know, it's always difficult. But I do have some of mine auto pop up immediately. I think it's the titles. Maybe. I sent you a DM. Please watch it. Oh God. See, here it comes. I know what's happening here. I know what's about to happen. I know. I need to find that Twitch office out here in the Bay. Yeah, please do. Please do. I know what's about to happen. Oh, wait. Let's see. Salad. I'll fuck this chicken salad. I'll fuck this chicken salad. I told you. This chicken salad. I told you this was going to happen. I'll fuck this chicken salad. I knew it was going to happen. As soon as I saw the whisper, Skratsx, you can't fuck a chicken salad. I knew it was going to happen. Cancel. You're gross. My fault, bro. I was being vulnerable. At least it said, I'll fuck this chicken salad and not I'll fuck this chicken. True. True. I'm telling you, some people get loans for my job who work for ByteDance/TikTok, and I'll be like, yo, get past one. I knew this was going to happen. I'll fuck this chicken salad. I knew it. My kids watch the stream. Yo, my bad, man. My fault, bro. I now got that too. The internet works fast as fuck. It really does. It really does. I knew it. You were Skratsx. You can't fuck that chicken salad. Skratsx, watch me on Kick. That's a Kick stream. That's a Kick stream thing, you know? Maybe it is. Maybe I have to change the name of it. You know? Maybe I have to change the name of the emote. You know? Maybe I have to change the name. And that should get it up. I was just going to ask you about Kick. Yeah, that'd be a Kick thing. I have a Kick account, but I've never used it. POV the chicken salad. Now Sora about to start asking you to throw it back on a chicken salad. He's going to be so upset he missed yesterday. He's going to be so upset about that. Cream cheese cookie, coochie, and the chicken salad. It sounded like I'm a food weirdo, huh? Like I'm a food weirdo. People are going to come through like, what? Chicken salad has no ass left. What? I miss cream cheese coochie. Yeah, here, I'll play it for you. Where's the sound? It's a sound now. Where is it? Snow. Someone will probably find it before me. Peekaboo, what is the oh, here it is.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
There it is. That's a sound now. You know, people are gonna be like, wow, this channel has a weird thing with food. There it is. There's that cream cheese coochie on lock. Except no auto tune that time. You know, no auto tune. You know, like and I got that, and now we have the greatest. Now we have this. I'll fuck this chicken salad. I'll fuck this chicken salad. Like, Cream coochie grilled chicken salad. Sounds like a good recipe, huh? Wait, BRB, I'm gonna make another edit. Okay. Okay. Let me know. I got my Twitter DMs open. So I heard you want to fuck a chicken salad. It's out of context. It is, to be fair. This is what I originally said. This is what I said.
Now, the first chicken salad looks delicious. I'll fuck this chicken salad up, bro.
See, I said up. I said up. You know, the up is the important part. The up is what makes the clip wholesome, right? But then if we get rid of the up, like now I look crazy, you know? I look crazy now. And people are gonna come through like, wow, this guy's a weirdo, huh? Just straight weird. What's it with him and food? And I'll be like, it's not what you think. It's out of context, you know? It's out of context, I promise. It is. Now I'm scared to see this edit. I'm scared. I can keep this open just in case. I mean, you look like a guy who wants to fuck a chicken salad, which is fine. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Like, is that I don't know is that a good thing? Like, I'm in the store and I'm holding the chicken salad and they're like, that guy really wants to fuck that chicken salad. That's like mildly weird for the internet. You're fine. Okay. Whew. We're good. What's up, Snow? What's up? Sending this to mom. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Don't send strangers at it. Send my clip. It's out of context, I promise. Start scratching neck and looking over the shoulder. Done? Okay. Here we go. Let me see. I got the DM. Not as funny, sadly, but you said chicken. Okay.
I'll fuck this chicken.
No, it's not. It's not. It's out of context, bro. It's out of context. It's out of context. She said, nah. Man, I think you're right, Lev. I am probably a headphones only streamer, huh? You can't play me on speaker. You know, like, you can't. You can't play the stream on speaker, bro. I'm a headphones only speaker, you know? Someone will recommend me and they'll be like, yo, if you're gonna watch the stream, put some headphones in. Or make sure you're by yourself, you know? Yes, I can. Hey! Yo, morbidly obese pug. Thanks for the follow. I would too fuck that salad. Up. It was the pause between the salad and the up that made the first clip. It was. I said chicken salad too fast. You know? That name, it's so good, isn't it? Morbidly obese pug. I love that. Old Lou specific name. I love that name. I love the names that come through here sometimes. Morbidly obese pug. I'm a headphones only streamer. Facts. The waifu hentai sound had my coworkers looking at me funny. Oddly specific. Yes. Morbidly obese pug. I gotta look at one now. I'm only getting a drink, weirdly enough. It's a brand. This is what I'm thinking now. This is what I'm looking at now. Yeah, when that sound plays, people are gonna look at you crazy for real. You know? Like this. This is what I'm thinking now. Weirdly enough, there's a drink brand that I did not know, but you know. Yeah, when that Yamate Kudasai sound plays, like, people are gonna look at you wild. They just are, you know? It's not my fault, though. It's not my fault. I only use this chat to master the baits. What? Wait, you getting a dog? No. No. But we had someone followed with the name Morbidly Obese Pug. And that's what it made me think of. You know? If I were to get a dog, I don't know what kind of dog I'd get. I'd have to get a big dog. You know? I need like the appearance of a big dog. My pug died of diabetes and other health issues due to my uncle sneaking him leftovers. So I named myself this in memory of my little fat boy. Yo, rest in peace to your pug. I'm sorry to hear that. Your name is great though. It is great. I feel like if I were to get a dog, I need something big, you know, like a big dog. So I walk down the street and people drive by and they're like, damn, that's a big dog. You know? A Rottweiler. Like, I couldn't be a guy out there walking a Chihuahua, you know? I just couldn't do it. I feel too embarrassed. And I don't really get embarrassed like that. But if I was like just, you know, out walking a little Chihuahua, it just doesn't work for me. You know? A Rottweiler looks cool though. Rottweiler looks cool. I am, and I got a big dog for Skratsx. Like a Mastiff. Yeah. Like Legate was mentioning that the other day. Like a full-grown English Mastiff or some shit. You know? Like, just something cool. Them shits look like mini horses. Yeah, they're fucking huge. You know? They're easy to train, apparently. I need a dog. Get you a hold on, let me see. Catalua leopard mix. Beautiful and dangerous, but can be tamed. Isn't that what you have? That's what you have, right? Right? Catalua leopard. I have a Great Dane Doberman mix. Do not recommend massive dogs. He whoops my ass daily. I look like a mini horse. This is what you have. This is what you have. I haven't checked the pets Discord in a minute. Let me see. That what you have? Yes. I forget. Let me look. I haven't looked at the pets Discord in a minute. That's why you're banned at the public pools in your area. Yeah. Here he is. Look at him. Look at him. When I was a kid, I wanted a husky. You know, I wanted a husky, but I've heard that they're a handful. I've been told that. Oh, also, small news, but we have 69 members in the Discord now. You know what I'm saying? You have a husky? Do you love it? I've heard there are a lot of it. Django, that's a cool ass name. 69 members. 69 members in the Discord. Let's go. We had to celebrate. That's it. Django's such a cool name. I love him so much. I was gonna get a husky and name it Balto because I loved that movie as a kid. Like, I loved it. Balto was like one of my favorite movies as a kid. You know? I'm always the one finding out the core member numbers. You are. I saw you post about it. I was like, damn, we got 69? 69, we doing numbers. I'm saying. Like, damn. 69. Look at us. Just growing. Growing. You know? Django's such a cool name. I like that, though. I like that. So straight up, he's a dick. Like, it took almost 2 years to potty train him, but not because he isn't smart, but because he's insanely stubborn. That's what I've heard. I'll grow for 69 with Skratsx any day. Same curse. Right back at you, for real. Huskies do things when they want to do things, not when you want them to. Yo, what's up, Cass? How are you? Oh, Cass, I gotta tell you, I've decided myself that I'm not streaming the Tears of the Kingdom game. I'm not doing it. Because Nintendo's been striking videos, so I'm just not doing it. I'm gonna play that off stream. You know? Well, gotta do some real work. I'll be lurking in and out. All right. I hope work goes well. You know? Hopefully they don't like work you too hard for real. Tell them it's Monday. Like, ease into the work week, you know? I've heard that about Huskies, though. Oof, that's a trap. Yeah. My Twilight's princess save is corrupted. Damn. Yeah, I can't type. I can never type. Ever. I'm bad at it. I'm not gonna lie to you. But yeah, Cass, I'm not streaming it. I'm not going to. They've been striking people. They strike like a lot of people's Breath of the Wild videos down over the weekend. I was about to be the Fire Temple boss. Yeah, I saw you. I was like lurking around. Django can learn anything I teach him in less than 2 hours if he wants to do it. Do you have a way to make him want to learn things or no? My male husky will side-eye the fuck out of me when he doesn't want to do shit, but he also knows how to count to 3, and if I get to 3, it's his ass. Damn. Like, I've heard, like, huskies look so cool too, but I've heard they're very stubborn. And like, if you don't take them out for a certain amount of time, like outside, they'll fuck your house up. And that they're loud. I've heard they're loud barkers too. I've heard that. He's a fucking drama queen. That is what I've heard about huskies. Django can wave on command. Like, man. It also, I don't think I'm in the right state for a husky, to be honest. I think it's too hot. Type can be tough, especially with big thumbs. You know what they say about big thumbs, though? Bad for typing on touch screens. Oh, they'll straight eat the fuck out of your couch. That's exactly what I've heard. But look at them, bro. Look at them. They just look so cool. If I get a dog, I'm still getting a husky. I don't care. I'll have to like really work on training it with patience, but God, it looks like, look at it. Look at it. Man. Like I'll even make it like an ice bath, an ice pool thing, because it's so, hold on, Skratsx. Let me get in your Discord. I'll send you Django photos. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Here. There you go. Huskies want about everything. My aunt has 2. I feel like I'd get 1. Man. See, the thing that, like, my ex-girlfriend had a Siberian Husky. That makes 70. Get on that Red Dead, bro. Soon, Celino. Soon, Celino. Soon. I'm still in just chatting. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I got to ease into the stream, into the day. We are going to play, though, I promise. But my ex-girlfriend had a Siberian Husky named Molly, and it never barked. It barely made noise. My sister got a Husky. I got a German Shepherd. Is your sister's Husky, like, dramatic, too? Is it loud? Your Thug Dizzle player? Yo, I will. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. How are you, Celino? How's it going? How's it going? But, like, her Siberian Husky never made noise, but it would fuck her house up if it didn't go outside for a certain amount of time. Like, it would. So, I don't know. I want one though, but I know what comes with them. But man, like, bro, it looks so cool. I wouldn't name it Balto now though. What's up? Yo, what's up, boss? How you doing? I wouldn't name it Balto now, but I would definitely still get one. You know? I would get one. Sometimes, bro, he's good, though he's smart as fuck. Just a lot of attention like my German Shepherd. German Shepherds are also cool dogs. They are. They're really cool dogs. I don't know. Sometimes I go through periods where I actually really want a dog, but other periods I don't. I'm good though, bro. Finna hop on Red Dead myself. Get that rank up. Oh yeah, you playing online, right? I got an XL Bully Cross Pit Bull. Let me look at that. Let me look at that. Keep the cord for what Rebel likes to do. Okay. We have 70 members. Pets. Let's look at the pets. Okay. Oh, look. Look at Twitch's dogs. Here's a perfect scenario. He's just staring at the door. And he still won't go out. Let me out, but really just open the door. Look at him. Django is a cool ass name too. Like, man, Huskies look so cool. He's just like, let me find the video. I think we watched it, but the video of them getting mad. So Django has grown out of the fucking up my house thing, but he'll be 6 in July, so it's taking a long ass time. About what age did he stop? Like, what age did he stop, you think? 4? Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. And does he do things like this? Stop this. Do they like howl a lot? Recently, yes. Okay. Curse. Does Rebel do this too? That's what my aunt's Huskies do? But he didn't do this before we got Buckley. I wonder why he's just started. Buckley does it, so now he does it too. Oh. They have 4 Huskies. This is called Husky Songs. Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm learning. I'd have 12 if my husband would let me. They look so cool, bro. Like, I want one. I want one. The other reason why I'm kind of scared, though, is because my neighbors have dogs and they bark 24/7. They bark 24/7. Look up a video about the cattle. Okay, got you. They bark so much that I know it would cause me a headache. You know? Let me close all these tabs before I get going. I just know it. Let me add this to my watch later while I'm here, too. We'll watch that another day. I don't feel like watching Food Dip today. You want to see Drama Queen? Peep the cord one more time. Me telling him to come inside. Yeah, that's a firm no. No. I guess they do just do things when they want to, right? That's interesting. Look at those oh, I just noticed that, yeah. Pause, cross. Cross, pause, no. I guess Rebel was a very good name, huh? So Django has always been fairly quiet. Buckley is an asshole. He'll be 2 in August, and he barks at everything and everyone. Django has started doing this now, too. It drives me insane. Perfect name. It is. It is. Okay, let me see. Okay, 10 facts I need to know about this dog. Rebel is a good name. So this is Wolf's dog. I'm going to get past the intro. I'm not going to lie.
Number 10. They're very affectionate. This is a loving dog that wants your attention. It's vital that anyone who chooses to own a CLD finds the time to interact with and enjoy this breed.
Is that true about yours?
Fun dog, and we recommend that you try to carve out a little time for some enjoyment each day with this breed. It needs your love and affection to maintain a happy disposition. But
this one looks cool too.
Number 9.
Yes, this video is 100%.
To be a mix of many breeds. The history of Catahoula leopard dogs' development is a mire. There's speculation regarding what other breeds have been crossed to create this one, but little is known for sure. We know that they are in part bred from the wild dogs kept by the Choctaw people native to the area. Other canines thought to have been used.
Do you guys get your dogs like dog shoes?
Greyhounds, mastiffs.
Because I've seen posts lately around my area about people saying you have to give them dog shoes for the summertime.
Number 8. They require ample exercise. The Catahoula dog is a very active breed, which means it does require quite a bit of exercise. Its needs are fairly excessive, and you're going to need to carve out time several times a day to talk this breed on a long walk and to play outside. It's happy to run free.
It does look like it likes to be outside.
It does need something to do, and it does like to interact.
In Vegas, it's highly recommended, but we really shouldn't have them in Vegas, to be honest. Yeah, that's how I feel about Huskies in Texas, right? Because it gets so hot and they're like very furry.
There are 3 lines of.
I feel like I need like an ice pool or something. Coke or Pepsi? Coke is better than Pepsi.
Developed by Preston Wright. These dogs weigh around 100 pounds.
Coke is better than Pepsi.
Lovely Fairbanks Catahoulas were around 70 pounds.
Keep your AC on? Yeah. I think I'd have to do that. They're both adopted from shelters in South Carolina.
A blue leopard coloring and a unique glass eye.
Yeah, I definitely have to keep my AC on, and I feel like if we went outside, I'd immediately have to get him like an ice bath or something so it can roll around.
It's an adaptable dog, but it does prefer a larger home with a yard in which it can run.
Also search Rhododendron Ridgeback. It's the cutest dog ever. Okay, I got it copied.
Walks and access to a park, but the breed generally prefers more space in which to roam and play. Number 5. The American Kennel Club does not recognize Catahoula leopard dogs.
House should always stay below 65 degrees at all times. Never ever leave your dog outside unattended. Django isn't allowed for more than 15 minutes in the summer. Nope, you don't bathe huskies like normal dogs until the sun goes down.
Foundation stock
Okay.
service intended to allow purebred breeds to continue to develop while providing them with the security of a reliable and reputable avenue to maintain their records. Number 4. Catahoula leopard dogs have webbed feet. Catahoula leopard dogs are well known for their colorful coats.
These dogs
and
look cool.
captivating eyes, but they have other interesting physical
Shoes.
traits.
Not stranger friendly. This is what I've heard from Wolf.
Not stranger friendly. This is not a dog that does.
Their coats are insulated so it keeps them warm,
It is very
and it's almost entirely water resistant.
Around at all.
Interesting.
This includes kids it does not know. Some
I didn't know
dogs
that.
care for strangers, but can handle strange children. This breed cannot. It is not a child-friendly breed.
I don't believe the title.
It is
No, we're
not
100% are Legate. We're playing Red Dead.
Number
We
1.
got missions to accomplish today.
Be the alpha. This is a strong and able breed,
Uh,
and it requires an owner
Gotta
that will
be
take over as the
because they
alpha.
normally deal with
A
snow.
smart breed, it does learn
That's
well
why I love
with
leaving for 20
but
minutes
certainly
because I
not
come
a
back.
dog that does well with a timid owner. It needs
I'm gonna
someone
walk both of my dogs. I probably won't be here
who's
anyway.
willing to
Okay.
take on the role of alpha
And this is
and
playing.
ensure that it will
Yeah,
be
I got
in the
curious because I was
best
talking about
possible
how
If I missed any information, let me know.
I was talking about how well this isn't a husky, but I started playing Red Dead myself. Really good so far. I love it. I love it. You're probably further than me, Bean. Yes, we do love Bean. You're probably further than me, to be honest. We love it. Bean. Yeah, exactly. Rhodus and Ridgeback are known for super dogs because they breed with all the best dog breeds for racing, survival, and strength. Let me see. Oh, these are cool. This is a cool breed. Red Dead is fun. I actually really like that game. This is a cool one. It looks like it is fast. Look at it as a puppy, dog. It's cool. I don't know. I would definitely get a husky. The BRB? Okay. Like, a husky would be cool. Have a good lurk. Have a good lurk. See you later when you come back. You know? Yeah. The husky howling, though. Huskies are amazing dogs, but they're not right for everyone. That's what I hear. Like, you have to be ready. Huskies are awful. Don't get one. I feel like you have to be, like, prepared for one. You know? Just because they're energetic and, you know, stubborn, from what I've heard. But you kind of have to just be ready. Huskies are some of the worst dogs on the planet, Sheen. Too smart for most people. Twitch, is there hair all over your house? Oh, yeah. Do they shed a lot? Do they? Huskies are very smart. Yes, everywhere, all the time. I have heard that they shed. Twice a year? Yeah, I've heard that they shed. My ex used to talk about how much she had to, like, vacuum her house and everything because of all the fur. And she was, like, constantly vacuuming up those times. I'll send a video example of huskies being annoying. Okay. I eat so much pet hair. Enjoy what we refer to as the PTSD stare. Look at him. I love this. This is so funny to me. My grandma has a husky, and she comes out of our house like we just had a snowstorm. I put it in general. Okay.
When an owner of a dog tells me that they themselves are a groomer, that's never a good sign. This is, you guessed it.
I have 2 dogs and 3
or that's short
cats.
form for lunatic.
I've heard like cat
Definitely
with
going
a lot
to
of cats, you
be
like
a
rarely
good
see them.
opera singer. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
My cats are sitting right next to me.
I
Oh.
certainly
What kind of
can't
cats do you
imagine
have?
why her owner would want somebody else to do this. If you look closely,
Why does she have
you
the headphones on? Just domestic short tabby?
can
Okay.
see that Luna never fully shuts her mouth. That's because she wants to maximize her barks per minute.
2 gray ones and 1 orange cat. Depending on if it's a house cat or a road cat. By road cat, do you mean like an outside one? Because of the dog crying and barking. Oh.
Some people say that huskies don't like
Matt,
water
do you have a
because
dog?
they are sled dogs, and getting wet in Alaska could mean freezing to death.
You
Whether
do?
or not that's
What kind do
true,
you have?
I don't know. But what I do know is that
I
when
was
my
talking about how I
neighbors see
wanted a husky.
pull up, they shut their windows.
Also, how are you? I am great. How are you? How are you? How's it going? I'll DM you a photo. Okay,
After
perfect.
her
perfect.
full-blown temper tantrum, I'm looking so forward to the dryer.
It's something that looks like a husky.
The husky
Don't get a
lovers
husky.
have given
What
an
else looks like a husky
explanation
though?
as to why they hate water. But now I wonder what explains their hatred for the dryer, as I'm fairly certain
This
the
is
winds
music
in
level.
Alaska
What do you mean
are
annoying?
much
I don't
stronger
find
than
this part annoying. Akita? I've never heard of that one. That's a good breed. Do not get an Akita. What's wrong with an Akita?
And just as I thought that the screaming was over, Luna decided that my ability to hear was not necessary.
Akitas are fucking
I
nuts.
brushed her
Are
out
they
with
really?
my slicker brush and my comb, and then I deshed her with the undercoat rake.
We will actually play Red Dead 2 today. 1 hour in, it's dog talk time. Dog talk time. You know how it goes. You know how it is, Alf. You've been here long enough.
I shave out her paw pads.
We will play. They're gorgeous dogs, but if you think a husky is a lot, Akitas are twice as big with the same brain. They look cool as fuck, though. Holy. You have a lot of energy for a dog like a husky. Do you intend to go on hour-long runs every day? I've heard that that's what's required of it. I have heard that. They look so cool. They look massive, though. Akitas are, like, legitimately cool. Hmm. Yeah, Akitas are fucking, they're huge. What? Like, when I talk about huskies, I either find people who love huskies or people who absolutely hate huskies. Sant? Okay. Oh, I like your dog. Okay. That's a cool dog. I like your dog. Dog parks, fence yards, and it's actually minimal 2 hours a day, once in the morning, once at night. I want a Doberman. His name's Huey. That's a cool name. I like that. I like Huey. W Pat. W Huey. I like him. I do like him. Went down a cryptid rabbit hole today. No complaints. Yeah. Huey. I like Huey. I like Huey. A Doberman. I wanted a Doberman as a kid, but someone was like, "They're not loyal dogs. You don't want those." Doberman look cool as fuck. Oh, is that a Huey emote? It is. I like that. Dobermans are insanely loyal. Dobermans look so cool, but they hate everyone who isn't you. That is what I've also heard. People bully my ass because I named my dog Kizzy. Yo, what kind of dog do you have? Not good. Kizzy's not a bad name. They look cool as fuck. You got to train your dog proper for it to like other people. Don't you? So I've heard that like people don't really start training puppies early for the most part. Extra large bulldog. You got to socialize it. She's brown. Are you in the Discord? Not good. Can you post a picture? I want to see it. XL bully. I want to see it. Oh, bulldog. I don't know why I type bully because that gives you a pit bull. I think pit bulls are cool too. I'm not even going to lie to you. Kissy the glissy cobbler. Yeah, but she's on a walk right now with my mom. Okay, yeah, when she gets back, just let me know. Pit bulls are cool though. I like them. But people get scared of them like pretty easily. XL American bullies weigh up to 150 pounds. Jesus. I think it's YRG pits. I think I've showed these. Like Rage's pit bulls. His pit bulls are like fucking built. You know? But they just look at it. Look at it, man. They're just so cool. I like pits, but people are scared. People give a bad reputation because people use them as fighting dogs and cut their ears to make them look scary. Yeah. This would be absolutely correct. However, Dobermans, German Shepherds, and Rottweilers have been bred for loyalty and to be protective. So even with proper training, these dogs may not ever like another human. Like, that stuff I didn't know. I'll be honest with you. I didn't really know that. I haven't done a ton of research. I've just kind of seen. I've done minimal. And I've talked to some people who have them, but I haven't done like a ton. Dogo Argentinos are cool looking, just not friendly. I've never even heard of that breed. Let me see. Akitas and Huskies look like so cool. I mean, they don't really have a reason to like us. Images. Well, these are cool. These are cool. They were fighting dogs. I've taken Buckley to the dog park once a week since he was 12 weeks old. When we go out, he's perfectly acceptable and friendly. But if someone knocks on my door, he'll try to eat them. Probably because that's like defending the territory, right? These are cool. Found a lot of AI exits sending Joji. It's so beautiful. Yo, Summer, can you send me a link? I've seen some of it, but I haven't seen him singing Joji. Connie Corso are cute, but very defensive. Exactly, this is his house with his people. Whisper sent it. Okay, I'm gonna play in the background. I'm opening my whispers. You mean Kane? It is Kane. I'm waiting for my whispers to load. I'm gonna play in the background. So Kane is pronounced Connie. Oh. I'm lowering it. We don't get flagged. Sorry, I'm returning. No, you're good. So it's pronounced Connie, but it's spelled like Kane. I didn't know that. Oh, these are cool. I've witnessed Joe Rogan, Joe Biden, Trump, and Andrew Tate play Minecraft Survival. AI is crazy. It is crazy. It's a little scary. I'm not going to lie to you. It is cool, though. The AI music is actually, like, I find it very interesting. Because you know 100% they're going to crack down on that soon. I like these. Oh. Is it this big? That's enlarged. Yeah, it's enlarged. Okay. That's Photoshop. I was like, what the? Bed and Mastiff? I think we've seen that one. You're getting an English one, right? Yeah. This would hate Texas. This dog would hate it here. Yeah, you're getting English. Love Mastiff so much. This dog would hate Texas. It's shocking nobody has used it for defamation. Yeah, not yet. Not yet. Or probably not that we're aware of, to be fair. Don't those dogs hunt bears? Wait, do they actually? Hold on. Before I look at Bull Mastiff, hold on. I have the Bull Mastiff up right here. Looks cool. I like Bull Mastiffs. Now let me see some. Tibetan Mastiff hunts bears. Tibetan grizzly bear versus 3 mastiffs. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, wait. It paused the music. I have to do it in a different tab. I forgot. These dogs aren't used to... They're used to guard livestock. I guess not.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air.
These are huge, though. Like, look at it. Defaking the ops to lower hood credit. That's going to happen, too, you know? Livestock dogs are honestly the best kind of dogs. What are livestock dogs? Livestock dogs. Livestock guardian. Great Pyrenees. Did I say that right? Summers, you're right. I love this. I actually love this, Summers. They require training, but are insane. Look at him. Deepfakes, my teacher sucking an anime boy. Yeah, don't do that. That'll get you in trouble. I love that, Summers. I loved it. These are cool. Let me look at this. Commodore. My mom had a great one of those. Of these. Of the Pyrenees. They're big old baby bears. I love them. Gentle giant dog. I want if I get one, direwolves are cool. Napoleon. How many mastiffs do they have? How many breeds of mastiffs are there? While that's loading, let me look at this. Commodore. There are a lot of mastiff breeds. Huh. Dogs like this, I'm not going to lie, if the fur goes over their eyes, it kind of freaks me out. I don't know why. Tibetan Mastiff. Anatolian Shepherd. Great Pyrenees. Oh, yeah, you're right. There it is. Akbach. This kind of looks like a polar bear from this angle. As many breeds as they need. Tonight, the wifey is watching the baby, so deceiving. Bet. Look up Norwegian forest cat. They're nicknamed polar bear dogs. They look like them. This looks like a fancy cat. Like a fancy ass cat. This cat looks fancy as hell. Is this like a huge one? Apparently Vikings used them or something. I love Norwegian. Are they big? Like, are they huge cats? Are they bigger than ragdolls? These cats look cool, though. Yes, they get rather large, between 13 and 17 pounds. Jesus. Similarly sized to Maine Coons. Okay, so they're huge. I told you my brother wants a cat, right? So I showed him the Maine Coons, and he was like, no, that's too big. I want a cat that can sit in my lap. Vikings use them to control rats. Did you know platypus used to be cryptids because it was weird that they had the characteristics of a mammal, a predator, and a bird? Now we know they for real exist. Thank you, white person. Aren't they poisonous if you touch them too? Norwegian forest cats are amazing. Tell him about them. He doesn't want a big one. So he said he wants a smaller cat that can just sit in his lap. Because I showed him several. And he was like, nah, I like these. These look like detective dogs, like you'd see in a detective. You should just go to a shelter and get a baby. I think that's what he'd do. He said, and it's weird because it doesn't fit his personality. Bloodhounds? No, because these aren't bloodhounds, right? That's a different dog. What I meant is no, they aren't. Right. So what I was saying is I feel like in a detective movie, you'd see one detective with this dog. Not bloodhounds. I know bloodhounds are different. Like, just like the Komodo dragon were thought as cryptids before someone for real was brave enough to get close to it. Komodo dragons were that's a cool name. They look terrifying. And I've seen videos on them. Yeah, I showed my brother a video of the cat, like how big they were, and he's like, yeah, hell no. That is too big. He's like, I just want something that can sit in my lap. And it's weird because it doesn't look like his personality. Scottish fold. Are they called Scottish fold because their ears fold? Is it because their ears fold over? Yeah. He might actually like these. I could see him liking this now that we've talked about it. Okay, Skratsx, I gotta go make some food. I'll try to pop back in after I get everything made. Thank you for stopping through, Twitch. I hope your food is incredible. Thank you. Ain't so scary now that you classified, huh? The Komodo dragon would maul me to death. Yeah, it would. Persian cat? course. Love you, Skratsx. Love you too, Twitch. See you soon. See you soon. Persian cat. I don't think he'd like this one. Because he doesn't like, I think he showed a picture about he doesn't like the face. Komodo dragons are nasty mofos. I've heard like the bacteria out of a bite will kill you. Like it'll actually kill you. Turkish Angora. I've got a friend with a Persian. Are they good? I think he'd like, that's amazing. Wait, are these huge? If they're huge, he's not going to like it. He said he just wants something like normal sized. They eat deers. Yeah, he's not going to want this. Kangal dogs have the strongest bite force out of any dog. Yeah, they look badass. Yeah, not deer. I figured you meant dog. They look badass, though. They look badass. Munchkin cat for JJ. Yeah, like he wants something. It's weird because I don't see him as a cat guy. You know? They have a 743 pounds per square inch. Jesus Christ. Look at the Munchkin cat. Yeah, something small, you know? He wants something, like, look at him. Look at him. He wants something, he's literally said, I just want a cat that can sit in my lap. I don't want a giant. He's like, I don't want a fucking tiger around here. It's just so surprising me because it doesn't fit him. You know? It doesn't seem like it fits his personality. So I was shocked when he said he wanted a cat. You know? Weird. I was very, very interested that he actually wanted one. While I'm looking at these, I'm going to open up Red Dead 2. Beerman cat? Stumpy legs. They do. Beerman cat. Watching the Mario right now. I'll let y'all know what I think. BRB, love y'all. All right. Have fun. Give me a rating. I need an out of 10. I don't want to, it was good. I need an out of 10. We love you, Strange. We love you. Apocalypse, do you have a cat? I think I remember you saying you had a cat. I'm opening Red Dead while I'm looking at these cats, by the way. These are cool. When you answer, don't say 7 because that's the most basic answer. 3. Are they all the same kind or are they different kinds? I can see myself. I feel like if I had pets, I get like one of each, like a dog and a cat. But they'd have to get along. You know, they can't be ops. They'd have to get along. Different. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me alt tab. I'm letting the game open and then we'll look at cats again. Get both the dog and the cat at the same time and get friendly breeds of each. The 2 boys are just cats. Okay. I don't remember what it was about the stumpy leg cats, but they're supposedly deformed and are in a lot of pain. I feel bad now. Damn. Siamese cats are dope. The only reason I remember Siamese cats is because weren't they the villains in Aristocats? Right? These were the villains in Aristocats, right? They have a song. One girl, she's a tortoise shell. Siamese cats are cool, though. I like this one a lot. Lady and the Tramp. That's the movie. My fault. I got him confused. Lady and the Tramp. And the Tramp. This cat looks cool as hell, though. They're very smart. I need to see a tortoise shell. See what that is. Oh, these are cool. These are cool. If you get a dog and a cat, don't get 2 males. Don't you get girls? Right? You get girls, right? Or no? Because everyone I know that has a pet always gets girls. It's very rare that they get actually like boys. I would get 2 girls. These are cool. I think the one that my brother wants is I think he wants like a Bengal. Like one of these. These actually do look cool, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know anything about them, but they do look cool. They look cool. Hmm. The only thing about cats that freak me out is if like a black cat is outside at night and you don't see it. Make sure that they're neutered because female animals have a much higher risk of cancer if they aren't. Could bring home babies one day. I have 2 cat siblings. They'll probably bang, but we ain't going to talk about that. Yeah, keep them apart. Keep them apart. Neutering them increases their lifespans. Like it lowers the risk of cancer. What? How? I'm confused as to how that works. That's actually I didn't know that. I did not know that. That's actually really interesting. Why is this? Oh, I was looking at livestock dog. Close this, like these 2. That's actually really interesting. I did not know that. But it does make them more susceptible to gaining weight because of lack of hormones. Okay, so that's just like you got to keep them on a good diet if you do that. I just feed them. They go on their little adventures every day. I don't keep them in a cage. They voluntarily are staying here. Wait, so are your cats outdoor cats, Alf? Bad pick, but they're in the pet squad. Okay. Oh, I like them. Your cats look cool. I will always have indoor cats. So my friend, the VTuber that I showed you, she has 2 cats. One that she like automatically had, but then she found one outdoors. And it was like a stray. And she rescued it, took it to the vet and everything. But she lets them like go outside every once in a while and like do what they want and then come back. I've heard like a few people who have outdoor cats. Outdoor cats, yeah, but they aren't feral. They're so scared of me half the time they act like they don't have claws or fangs. Reduces the risk of benign prostatic hyperplasia and large prostate that comes with age and prostatitis. Prostate infection reduces the risk of hormone-related diseases such as perennial adenoma. Benign tumor around the anus eliminates the risk of testicular cancer, the second most common cancer in the intact, unneutered dogs. Yeah, so it's probably better to get them neutered then. I did not know that, actually. That's interesting. Yeah, I actually did not know that. Also, you don't want to get a litter of dogs coming home one day. Yeah. Not not where I live. I need like a bigger house. Because I don't know if you watch your Rage, but Rage, his dog just had like 11 puppies. She had like 11 of them. So I can find a video. That's Creed. I think it's this. Let me see. It's a long video. Yeah, like, do dogs have baby circumcisions? I don't know. Actually, don't know. Yeah, like his dogs just had like 11 puppies, you know? And so you can kind of see him down here too. And he was giving them collars and everything. Monkeys are apparently are the one animal that isn't good to neuter because of the embarrassment that comes with it for them. A lot of them end up dying shortly after being killed by other monkeys. Jesus. Like, look at him. He is pits. $11 of them. high school male environment. Yeah. Pit bulls are cool though. Pit bulls are cool to me. I changed the game. Done. I like pits. Okay. There we go. Oh wait, no. There we go. Love sharks and seals. I like sharks, obviously, from a distance. Like, okay, yo, what's up, girls? What's up? I like sharks from a distance. I've always thought they were cool, but they're one of the reasons I will never get in the ocean, as we talked about yesterday. You know, I like them from a distance. I mean, some sharks are nice, the cute ones, but the reason I don't really like seals is because I like penguins. And as a kid, I saw seals trying to eat penguins. You know, and I was like, fuck them. Very early neutering can cause a lot of issues. It's best to wait a while. Like a year or two or what?
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Like how long? How long would you wait? A year or so? Okay. What are we doing today? Dan cut his balls off. Okay. How come you have to wait? Like, what's the benefit of waiting? Rapist insect couple? Yes. I like that idea. We're going to do that. Let me pull up the locations. Let me pull up the locations. You DM'd them to me. You did. Oh, I forgot to go. There we go. Okay, so what is that emote? Black Lives Matter. They do. I like that. While the dog's still growing, increases the chances of diseases. Ah. Okay. That makes sense. This is by Lagris. Seals for real terrorizing the penguins. They commit horrors beyond human comprehension on them. They do, bro. They do. And so I was like, nah, I don't mess with that for real. I don't like that. You know? It's in front of the road. Okay. Seal off Sittler. Yeah. Like, it's crazy. It's to the left of the road around here. All right. I just don't like that. So I was never been like, ooh, I love the seals. Nah. I'm ting penguins. I was on the last mission and my game crashed and I didn't save. That is... Yo, how come the sounds are showing up late? We can't see the screen? I know, I was waiting. I was looking at something. Why do the sounds show up late now? What did he say? Like, seals, bro? Seals? Like, I don't like them. That's why I like killer whales too. I'm not gonna lie. Even though I hear killer whales are mean as shit. Like they just kill things for fun. Killer whales look cool though, even though they're mean. They commit atrocities over there. They are. This makes me think my game is crashing every day. I might do it. I can't take it anymore. Goodbye. No, just replay it, bro. Did that new Horizon game drop? Or am I tripping? Wasn't there a new Horizon game that's supposed to drop?
Help me! My horse died and I'm stuck here. You gotta help me, mister.
You try to rob me, I swear on everything.
Fancy talk, eh?
I've never played a Horizon.
No!
I knew it. Last time I saved was 2 missions ago. What game are you playing? Are you playing Red Dead? Horizon got its expand. Oh, is it the expansion? Let me clean my guns. So I saw, I don't know if you know who Cole Carnage is. I saw him playing. Serious Sam 4. Clean my guns. Witness won't report the body if you hide in the bush. Oh, so we're good. Just out here cleaning my guns, buddy. Just cleaning my guns. Don't mind me, brother. He tried to rob me. You know? Partner? Oh, I'll clean the other ones later. And also, if you got attacked first, no report. Yeah, that was a really bad attempt to try to rob somebody. You know? Let me get my other gun. I'll clean them later, actually. Never mind. I'll clean them later. I just love how random stuff like that happens in this game. Oh, hold on. I see something that's bothering me. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Normal seals eat fish, not penguin. Fish are more represented in pop culture as cute things, except Nemo, so they're expandable, not penguins. Yeah, that's true. Plus, we eat fish and we don't eat penguins. Okay, I guess I'm okay with... I think it's leopard seals I don't fuck with. Maybe other seals, but it's leopard seals that I'm not cool with. You know? Woo, sorry. Most open worlds do that, but it feels like encounters are just constantly repeating all the same things. Yeah. Whereas this one, it feels like almost every single one so far has been different. If you antagonize someone, then they attack you, you get arrested. Okay, I won't antagonize. I do eat penguins. Oh. Do they taste like chicken? I'd assume so, right? I'd assume so. Leopard seals and dolphins, demons for real. They are. Fuck. Damn. Damn. In Red Dead 2, the encounters do stop because Rockstar doesn't like letting things repeat. But Red Dead 1 has a lot of encounters and they can repeat. I'm cool with the not wanting them to repeat thing. But it's so far, like, they've all seemed very new and cool. Water chicken. We gotta try one then. Let me go to the zoo. Go find me one. One of them king penguins. In each chapter, new ones are added as well. Oh. I like that. I like that. Off a little bit. One of them king... Oh, I see smoke in the distance, by the way. Sorry, Quest. We'll be there in a second. Hold on. One of them good old penguins. Okay. Hopefully this person's nice. I'm a little rusty, but like, you know, we know what we'll do if they're mean. Hold on. I think chat's lagging again. Hold on. Let me re-add the doc. There we go. Yep, it did. I love animals so much. The fact that we forget the animals don't revolve or live around us, we revolve and live around them, it gets increasingly hard to notice. I'm a dip because my phone's at 1%, so peace, my name. Yo, thanks for stopping through. Not good. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you. I find a lot of... I'm not someone who loves animals, but I find a lot of them interesting. I will say that. All right, is he going to be nice? Probably not, right? That horse sucks, dude. Get him out of here. No, do not insult Lil Jit. He's the G. He's the best horse in all the land. Let me tell you. Lil Jit, best horse in all of the land, my boy. Welcome in, by the way, Libel.
You ain't supposed to. Don't mind me. Darn.
He's mean, bro. Don't reach. Put that knife away. Cap? No. No, it's real. It's real. Animals are smarter than society thinks. You can look into an animal's eyes and see some form of intelligence. I believe that they do have it. These haters be coming in here because they're jealous of Lil Jit. Saying he's been involved in multiple drive-bys. He has. You just not gonna say anything? I mean, all right. You're the quiet type. You get to live. You get to live. Let's rob him. All right.
Money, tough guy. Now, I said go.
All right. See, you're making this hard, bro. I'm robbing him.
Help me! Somebody help! I was right. Get your poxy ropes off me, you piece of dirt.
Whoa, let's not get rude, buddy. There you go. There you go, man. Yo, Loco Lewis, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There you go. Whoa, 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 whoa.
She jumped.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
I
whoa,
was being
whoa,
fair.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I didn't say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop, stop, stop. Stop, 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 stop. What's up, MP? Yo, how are you? How are you? How are you? Stop, bro. Stop. Stop. Stop, bro. Stop.
Gonna regret this.
Stop, bro. Stop. I'm trying to be nice. There's no need to shoot like that, bro.
I hate you.
What?
God, help me.
How are you, though? Oh, look, it's a snake. Use the gun water trick. Oh, what is that again? That way, lose your honor. You got to hold the gun and do it. Okay.
This what you want?
Oops. Never mind. We'll do it with the next guy. My fault. I forgot about that. I don't think I can tie him up, right? I have to leave him untied. Is he getting out the water? He getting out? We can still do it. Let me get my gun out. Whoa. No! I had my knife out. You can cut him while he's under. We moved on from the campfire kill to the bathtub bandit.
Like you much better, Dad.
I was trying. I literally switched to my gun, but he kept his knife in his hand. Let's get out of here. We'll try with somebody else. Next smoke, we're doing it. The campfire killer. I don't know who that guy is. But we're really nice guys. It's not us. I don't know who did that, to be honest. You know? They got to watch out. There's a dangerous person out here. You know? Someone really dangerous. Straight waterboarding hose. That punch was crazy. It was. He was trying to be nice, guy. I was. We need to begin the bathtub bandit arc. You're right. Serial killer playthrough. I mean, technically, we kind of are. You know, we just haven't lost honor. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right, we got to practice the bathtub bandit arc anyway. We've done enough campfire killings. Because what we've learned, Alf, is that we can kill people without losing honor by lassoing them and dragging them into a fire. You know? So we've been doing that for a little bit. Then now we're going to try, when we're by water, we're going to do the water killings. So we're going to equip a gun, tackle them, and just hold them underwater. You know? But no one will know, because look at our honor. Rule number 1, no knife in. Well, yeah, no knifing. We will not knife anybody. We'll hold our gun in our right hand, and we'll just tackle them. We'll just tackle them. It's the easier way. It's about time to begin that arc. What the? What is he doing?
Smart move. Don't overstep your boundaries.
What happened here? Did he?
Hey, excuse me.
Are you stupid? I don't think so.
He did that. No honor loss. Yeah, he did that. We need a good body too. Bathe him in the water. Kill that man. We had to. I beat Red Dead Redemption 2 6 times. This is my first time playing it. How'd you like it? Yep, it's bathtub time. No honor loss. We killed a bad guy. Haha. That wasn't part of the serial killing. That was just defending good people. You know, we killed a bad guy. We only bathtub drowned good people.
Yeah.
You know? You know what I'm saying? People who deserved it.
Hello there.
You know, we don't have to worry about honor loss. But for those people that are rude, you know, we'll take them right to that water. Let's see. I hope we have another encounter over here. See what I'm saying about the random encounters? Like, stuff like that is just so cool to me. Let's feed little... Wait. Little Jit looks dirty as fuck.
You're a good boy.
Wait a second.
Not again.
Little Jit needs a brushing. Yeah, he's dirty as hell. Give Little Jit a justice. Yep. Wait, where did he go? I don't know, actually. I think he, like, ran a little bit further. My chat is being weird. Well, did you just ask a person who said they beat this 6 times how they liked it? Yeah, like, overall. Like, you know, like, overall. Now, murder is funny, but talking to someone in suicide is evil as fuck. Can we do that? Yeah, imagine if we could do that in this game. Chat keeps, like, loading randomly. I may have to open Chat Arena again. Little G needs a cleaning? Yeah, you're right. I think chat should be loading around. Let me see something.
Easy, boy.
Oh, this is legit. Okay. He was so brown, I wasn't sure if this was. Yeah, chat's lagging. I'm pretty sure there's a part where you can. Okay. I looked at this horse and I was like, this is not Lil Jit because he was so brown. Let's feed him. Take a oat cake, boy. There we go. He's looking better. I'm gonna open. I know you can convince someone to commit suicide in Fallout 3. So brown, I wasn't sure if he was dirty. Hilarious. Yeah, I legitimately thought that this was someone else's horse. I was actually concerned. Serial killers kill because they like doing it or find sexually appealing. Outlaws like Arthur kill because they'd be dead if they didn't. Not an excuse, but a reason. No, I feel you. I feel that. You know? Chat Arena. Thank you. I feel that. Okay. Now I can see you guys again. It should be working better. Arthur does it because he likes doing it. The Bathtub Bandit about to be having some of the folks on the Pigeon Man shit. If you don't know the reference, it's from Hey Arnold. Look it up. I love the Pigeon Man. The Pigeon... Hey Arnold is so good, bro. I don't know. Seems pretty justified to me. Look, we're doing what has to be done. What's funny is how easy it was to get away with this shit. That's because he was a bad guy. If he wasn't a bad guy, we would have had an issue. You know?
Yep.
Lev, I don't think you've seen our campfire kill. We had an arc where we were campfire killers. Arthur's so deep in his own shit, he can't do nothing but try to stay alive. He's doing that by killing people. Yeah. We had a campfire killer arc, Lev, where we were killing people with their campfires. You know? But it wasn't our fault. They were rude. If they're rude, they get to. If they're rude, they die. But if they're nice, they get to live. Unlike that guy, he was rude when we tried to rob him. He should have just gave up his stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't have to be rude about it, bro. Just hand it over. Now you need the booty shanker arc. Ooh. The West Elizabeth campfire killer of 1899. I think we killed like 15 to 20 people. Yo, what? Yo, what's up, Ashton? What's up, man? We was burning out their sins. Exactly. It was a purification. Rude when you tried to rob him. Interesting. He was. Hog tie people and stab the booty. Welcome in, Ashton. We were just discussing Arthur. Check out what MA quest is. Is it Mary? I don't think so. Margaret. It's the animal person. Well, this is New Hanover, so it's the New Hanover campfire killer at 1899. Yeah, I'm not worried about Margaret right now. Margaret's annoying. I'll deal with Margaret later. You know? Welcome in, Ashton. Welcome in. Arthur's my baby girl. Okay. Okay.
There
Hog tie people and burn them with Molotov. Fun fact, the most painful death anyone could ever experience. Yeah, that sounds horrible. Oh, look, it's a rainbow. It's a rainbow, boys. It's a good day. Good day. You know, it means everything's going right in this world. I forgot exactly what we're doing over here. Like, which one? Do it. I don't have a Molotov. I don't think.
Yeah, you all right there, boy?
It's a deer. It's a deer.
That's my boy.
Anything that burns is fine. I still think the best one we've done, serial killer arc, we're already there. We're there already. I think the best one that we've done is when we found someone who was hunting. We then let them kill the animal. We hog-tied them, took the animal. They got loose. We then hog-tied them again, scared their horse off, and left them there. That was pretty great.
Yeah.
That was a pretty great moment. Okay. Wait, did I see? Thought I saw smoke for a minute.
I'd rather face a bear than a stranger on an empty trail.
Amen, brother. Amen, brethren. I don't know what you just said. Devious activities of the West. You know what it is. But we're good guys. You see it. We'd never do any wrong. You know? We would never do anything wrong. Yeah, now before you kill people, you gotta play the rumbling song. That's how bad we are right now. You know, we're doing the right thing, though.
Come on, fellas, let's get this done before someone sees it. Oh, no, this ain't what we asked for it up. What is this, a joke? You trying to pawn crap off on us?
I've had enough of this. Both of you get...
I got y'all.
I'll raise hell. Appreciate you stepping in there.
Aaron was right. He was.
Goddamn mess. Last time we deal with those crazy old bastards.
I got y'all, brothers. Brother ASMR fucked me up. I still can't hear it. Why'd you shoot them? I didn't shoot them all. I shot the robbers. You let me through your borders, I'll let you through my board. $9. Damn. This man was rich. This man was rich as hell.
Yep.
Back to what we was doing. Let me eat some chewing tobacco. Just fill my dead eye up. You know what I'm saying? Eat the tobacco. We just eat some of that good old tobacco and let's keep going. Lev, you thought I shot the victims too? I'm not that heartless, bro. Ooh, you know what I want to do one time? Take a bad guy, hog tie him, and feed him to a gator. Thoughts? Feed him to a gator. Rich? What do you mean rich? Oh, yeah, it's $18.99. Lev. It's $18.99, bruh. He ain't got that dog in him like you. Lev would have a field day in this game. Bear's better. Oh, yeah, feeding him to a bear is better, but bears are fucking unhinged in this game. You know what I'm saying? They're unhinged, bro. They attack everything. That's my only issue with them.
I've been scratching the gravel today.
You know? Excuse me, sirs. Okay. Get out of here, you damn hogs. Get. Or catch a crocodile, tie him up, and make the bad guy eat him raw. I mean, that's also a punishment. I just feel like that's a lot of work on my end. You know? Catching a crocodile is no easy feat. Remember, I tried to knife one, and you saw what happened. People shame victims for getting killed by serial killers, getting into the cars or whatever, but watch the Edmund Kemper interview and tell me you don't want to be friends with that fucking demon. I've never heard of him. I'll be honest with you. But I don't like getting in cars with strangers at all. So I would not fall for something like that. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Evening. So they didn't spawn. They're supposed to be. Look at the map again. He's so charismatic, it's crazy. I mean, Uber, Lyft, I barely use those. Amigo the Devil had a song about him? Really? It's a home in the swamp for it. Okay. I'll send you another image. Thank you. I would have took Eddie's manhood, by the way, before he could do anything to me, to be honest. I'm opening Chatterino. Chat's lagging on me. It's weird. Chat's being weird. Okay. I'm using Chatterino. There we go. Hey! Yo, Ashton, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. All right, I got Discord open. Let me remind you, Edmund Kemper beheaded his own mother and did the diddly with it. What?
You what?
I've been so deep in Eddie that every time he burped, he tastes me. Sent you the image. I'm looking. Oh, so there's a house on the map. Right? Let me look. All right, Inwa. Okay. Yeah, he's an evil person. Yeah, that's crazy. It's like here. Let me look again just to double check, but I believe it's. Yeah, it's in those houses. Okay. Got it. Yeah, like, I'm not really someone who wants to. It's not in those houses. Is that not what I was just looking? In what? Oh, it's in these. Is it underneath? It's underneath. Yeah, underneath. Under this. Charles Manson. Also, God, I hate them. I just don't understand how people. Look at the red marker on the map I sent you. Yeah, it was underneath. Under the inn. In Inwa. I see it. It's right here. Right there. Like, I'm not someone who's like, oh, this guy seems really nice. Let me get in a car with him. Charles Manson was crazy, bro? Yes. Oh, this is where my temp horse is. Remind me not to whistle for Lil Jet in here.
What's the matter with you?
What are you talking about? I'm just riding my horse, brother. What you mean, what's the matter with me? What's the matter with you? Brother? Watched serial killer interviews, and I was so worried I'd become like one of them because I was socially awkward, but I cannot think of doing anything they did with any clear conscience. That's good. I'm glad you feel. I've never worried that I'd become. Oh wait, like one.
You must be real lonely out here, friend.
Let me save just in case I mess this up. So I guess this is the rapist's house, huh? By the way, he's talking to me. I love this quote from Mindhunters. What do you mean when motives become elusive? Just fighting for justice the only way I know how. You know Snow, he's a hero.
What you doing here? You looking for a friend? I'll be your friend. if you let me.
What you mean by that?
Don't normally want to be my friend.
Go in his house?
Okay.
I love friends. W.
So, you hungry, huh? I got food. I got
Don't.
food inside. Come along. Now come here.
Damn. Legate wants you to be fucked. He's a good friend. No, don't. Oh, we're here.
Oh, you struggled. And you lost. But it was quite a tussle, I tell you. Quite a tussle, my people.
Arthur already got killing people usually as a trigger to it, but BTK killer, Ed Kemper, Bundy, they killed for no reason and no motive. Scratch, yo, what's up, Genty? Arthur finna get diddled, bro. I thought like you could stop it. I sent you the incest family location. All right, we'll do that next. Why you tussling with him? Bad friends. Didn't Bunny kill people that look like his ex? I'm not sure. Arthur getting his booty tickled. Yep, cheek clapping coming. Oh, God. I don't want this for canon, Arthur, so reload and murder him brutally. Do we not get to kill him? This is what happens when you listen to Legate. Go back to his home and kill him. He robbed us too? Let's go back and kill that boy. Yeah, he robbed us. My Gucci pink, my booty old brown. Yeah, killing time. Yeah, we're getting the shotty for this one.
Yep. Yep.
No, hell no. You robbed me of my Stop listening to God. I just completed Dying Light. How'd you like it? Now son, it's bathtub time.
Anyway,
You right.
I started blasting.
We're gonna hog time. We're gonna hog time and drown him in the bayou. He sucked my Arthur boy's toe. He did way more than that. Wait, did he literally rape Arthur? Yeah, he did. I love the game. All the missions were fun. This game, like, I need to play Dying Light. Oh, Genty, let me show you what I got. I need to make the channel point thing live, but I got, where's Steam? Let me show Steam. Where is it? I got it. I got it ready. Feed him to the gators? Oh, we're going to. He's a monster. Hey, let's go. Yes, sir. Bro does not want Arthur happy. So we're going to hog tie him. And where's the nearest body of water? Right there. Okay. Got it.
Not you again.
No, don't run, bitch.
Shit. Sonny don't like this. Why is this happening?
What the? Arthur. I actually saw that one, Saul. Don't hog time. He's into that. Oh, that's a good point.
Best day ever. Stay away from me. All right, let's go. I hate you. Get lost.
Nah, buddy.
Someone help
It
me.
lagged. It did.
Stay away from me.
Get your stuff from inside the house. Oh, we're about. Actually, let's rob him real quick. Hold on.
I don't.
Get my fucking dollar back, bitch.
This is very kind of you. Any tighter and I'll ejaculate. Here we go.
Ew. We feed him to Grox. This ain't on me. It lagged. Yeah. Oh, I actually don't need to. No, get him off. Get him off. Get him off. Get him off of my horse. There's water right there.
Why is
Rinse him.
so mean?
Yep.
I don't want you near me.
The resources in there. I'll go back in his house.
Stay away from
Rape
me.
him back. It's the only thing he understands. Look in his house. Look at the bed. I will. I'll go back in. This game just feeds the male fantasy of killing rapists and racists. Drop him right here. Hold on, buddy. We're cutting you free, buddy. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Hold on.
Oh, no. Stay away from me.
Not deep enough. Not deep enough. Sorry, we had to. It's not deep enough. It wasn't deep enough. Witness. No! No! Should have shot his legs. Yo, what's up, JT? We gotta hurry. We gotta chase this guy down. Sorry. Oh, God. This is going so wrong. Witness is long gone. Just accept the bounty. No, we're close. We're close. We're close.
Hey, move it.
Get over here, brother. Get over here, brother.
Hey, I'll kill you. I swear. Oh, Christ, no. Think about this.
Oh, God. All right, we're reloading. We're just reloading. We're just reloading. Hold on. Not working. We're just reloading. Should have unloaded in him. Interesting. Witness was Tekashi 6ix9ine. He was, bro. That was crazy. Look at you, Lev, winning and shit. I'm confused if I should continue jump scares or start saving up points. Well, do I want to enable... Okay. This time, don't go in the house. Yeah, we're just going to kill him. We have to just kill him now. Okay, hold on, guys. Do we want the channel point redemption live now? Do we want it live now or no? Who the fuck sees, oh, outlaw killing a human and doesn't think he's killing a rapist? How'd you get 17 million? So let me look. I'm gonna save some. Damn, bathtub time failed. Yeah, it wasn't deep enough. We want him on mortuary assistant. Yeah, save up some because we have the reward. Do I want to enable it now though? Like, do we enable this now? Or no? Wasn't deep enough? That's what she said. Damn. I feel that. I feel that. Thanks for them points, Snow. Appreciate you. Enable that shit? All right. I'll enable it. There you go. It's live. Gonna take us a while. That's true. It's live. A killer and a gambler. Degenerate time. Let's get it. You know, let's do we have to do this again or can we just kill him? I already have the points. Wait, no shit. Do you actually? Oh, God. No, you don't. Do you actually have that? You have 35K? There's no way. Yeah, she's bluffing, bro. There's no fucking way. There's no way. Start blasting him? Yeah, we have to. You ready for this? Oh, damn, Saul won. You lost, boy. Damn. Ain't no way. Lev, stop fucking around. Do you actually have the points or no? Shoot his legs, not his head. What happens if I just kill him right now? Who the fuck is he? We're not at the right spot? We're not at the right spot. We have to go here. No? Okay. Good. I was about to be like, there's no fucking way. But I am close. Shoot him in the D. That's a better spot. Push the fucking button in. Push the fucking button.
Yep.
Push the goddamn button. How close are we talking here? Nothing will happen except the world will be a better place. I agree. I'm trying to be somebody welfare points king out here. I'm scared, bro. I enabled it. Yo, when's the last time you watched Rush Hour 1? It's been a minute, bro. But that scene, he's like, press the button. And the girl's like, yeah, push the button. Push the goddamn button. And they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Rush Hour 1, Rush Hour 2 is my favorite out of the series. But Rush Hour in general is just so good. Let's all try to save up. Yo, I can make it to where it's crowdfunded. But I'd have to raise the points. So listen, man. I feel bad for them. Rush Hour 4 is in production. Do you think it's gonna be good? Do you think it's gonna be good though? Colossal squids used to be cryptids until they weren't. Yeah, they're definitely not now. What you raising it to? So if we, I mean, it's for nostalgia. True. I doubt people here have a lot of points apart from a few. Raise it to 100K crowdfund. 100K. I tried to splice that push the button clip into my vid last week and TikTok muted my shit. Yeah. 100K. See, here's the problem, bro. Like, she's not in here right now. But Phyllis, 40K crowdfund is crazy though. Cause like, I used all my points on over 9,000. It was bait, bro. It was bait. Where's he at? What the? Is he not in here? What the? Yeah, incest couple. I'll touch your titty. I have 13,000. Okay. Okay. He's dead. I guess he's gone. Wait. We'll take that. All right, incest couple time. Trying to spend my bread at Club Skratsx. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. Can we not transfer our trap points? No, they don't. I don't think they let you. The only way you can do it, I've used so many points. 40K is too cheap to interrupt what's going on for a horror. The only way you can do it is if we gambled on something. Like if we set up predictions, which we can do on like a video, and then certain people will have the points. Howdy, partner. How are you, Illy? I have no problem with the incest couple, to be honest. If they happy, I'm not as happy, but neutral. Bet, let's gamble right now. So we have to pick a video where we don't know the outcome. It's not how many people here have over 2K? I don't think much. That's a good point. How many points, like, be real. How many channel points do you have? No, we don't want them brother-cousin kids. Maybe a zombie parkour video. Incest is the best. 3.6K? I'm on 524. We bet on if their live will die and the 100K? Wait, Illy, you have 100K channel points? No, predictions should be stuff in-game. That's true. People scam videos. That's a good point. Wait, did Summers whisper me again? No, that was today. 16K. Illy, do you really have 100K? Yeah, yo ass finna get scared. Oh, God. Hold. I'm actually nervous.
Hey, fella.
I don't think you can crowdfund it because you can't transfer channel points. We have 120K-ish right now. All right, BRB. Okay. Illy been putting it. I don't think she uses her channel points for anything. That's the thing. She doesn't use them. You know? Let me see where this is. Now I have 26. Whew. Someone should crowdfund my mouth. Elite fun this endeavor. Like, whew, we're good. Lemoy. Up by the railroads. I'm stocking up too. I don't have that much. I'm actually glad about that, to be honest. 6.7K. That's fucking Evo. But I don't think of spending channel points. Yeah. I thought that was free upselling ads. So it's up this way. Let me put it over here. 65K? Curse, you have 65,000? My interactions is mostly like channel points. 10K points to spin the wheel, a yes or no answer. What do you mean a yes or no answer? Capping or not? Like, bro, I'm always lurking. Have you not seen that? No, I have. I've just forgot. Do you have the White Arabian horse? Let me tell you, Eterio. Here's what happened. I spent 7 hours to get that horse, right? And I didn't know that you could only keep 2 horses, so it left. It's gone. You know what I'm saying? It's out of here. I did have it at one point. You'll say something that gets my attention, I'll hop into chat again. People was scared of me when I was free, or so small charge make me more enjoyable. Yeah, we hate that horse. You didn't stable your horse? Bruh. I didn't know, Saul. I didn't know. That horse in the back. I didn't know. It was like my first day. Remember the first day we were looking for it, and I didn't know I had to stable it, so it's gone. So you lurk, I interact, and we don't even pay attention to channel points. Yeah, it was like the first day or the second day. God damn it, Rip Arabian. I'm saying, bro. Like, I'm reorganizing the garage right now, but I chime in randomly. Snow, the highest bidder wins. Okay, so it's in this. Let me see. That's like right here. Right there, I believe. I had a black Arabian and I had a full stable. It escaped too. I hate the Arabian horses too. See, you understand. You understand. This game is going to take like 4 months at this pace. Yeah, probably. Probably. Have you seen the game hours? It's crazy. I just find dumbass horses. Arabians are the best in stamina, health, and handling. They're just so hard to... I may spend time off stream stabling the Arabian horse again just so I have it. But Lil Jit's got my heart, you know? Lil Jit's the best horse in all the land.
Over here! Over here!
If you try to rob me, I swear...
You gotta help me out here. Come on, please. I'm done here. If I don't get these shackles off soon, I'm a goner. Please. Look what we got here.
Oops. Didn't mean to do that.
What the hell are you thinking?
Arthur. What the... Arthur. What the hell? Tie him. Take that boy to prison. Skratsx, y'all blocked out October 20th to 22nd on your calendars yet? Hold on a second. Hold on. That sounds like a familiar date. I know that's TwitchCon, but that just made me think of something. Ooh. October 20th through 22nd. That is doable. Nope, not yet. Yeah, that's TwitchCon. But I'd have to be back the 23rd because I have a wedding that day. I have a wedding on the 23rd to shoot. So that'd be crazy. Yeah, it's TwitchCon. TwitchCon. You better be here, Lev. Scratch Pack raid on TwitchCon? Yo, I'd be down. What was that kick? I have no idea what happened there. That man's a magician. Hog time. Hog time. Who else got the highest out of me and Cursed? I don't know, actually. I don't know. Me and the boys jump scaring Skratsx IRL. God, that'll IRL stream for TwitchCon? That'd be fire. If we do Skratsx at TwitchCon, we begging him to thug shake. You going to jail, partner?
You're one sick bastard.
Actually, you are, my boy.
Oh, God.
Hello? Arthur? Pick him up. Thank you. Where's it hosted? I believe it's in Vegas. Thug Shake Central, partner. I believe it's in Vegas. Yeah. Killmonger's late night Skratsx. His streams are dope. Vegas. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's go for a ride. What?
All right, let's look for the nearest sheriff. He's going to be in here. Where's the sheriff at? Is the sheriff by the doctor here? You hit the casinos for the after party. You know what it is. I'll be on 7 p.m. my time. Yes, so 9 my time, I believe. Right? We go titty clip after the party. I need a refund on my 9K endeavors. Let's see. Where's the sheriff? Oh, 10 your time? Yeah, so it's 9 my time. Be there. You see the emotes? You've seen his emotes, right? Let me find them. I really have to favorite these. Look online where it is. I will. I'll probably just ride into town and look for it. You see him? Look at those. Orgy after party. All right, that's a little far. That's a little far. Sheriff somewhere between the stables and the gun store. I don't know exactly. Okay. So we'll look in this vicinity. I'll mark like right around here. Play a scary game is 35K. Yeah. We ain't there yet. You know, that's a long reach. You know what I'm saying? That's a bit of a better start sweating. Oh, I am. I'm scared because I'm not convinced that Phyllis doesn't have it. Wait, do we got the Badlands Shugs emote? Not yet. I need to make it. I forgot to make it yesterday. I got distracted by the NBA playoffs. I'm not gonna lie to you. I got distracted by 2 things. The playoffs, and I've been working on another screen, and I'll show you what the screen is possibly gonna look like. Let me zoom back out. I got distracted because I was working on this. You know what I'm saying? You know? I only went to Vegas once to cross my bucket list, went to the casino with 100 and left with 350. That was my first and last time gambling. That's lit, though. Bro devoured them beans, though? Yeah, he did. All points have been refunded. 35K from 26K is an easy farm. It's about to be GG's. The NBA been lit? Yeah, it has been. It has been lit. It's been really good. So the restraint of a saint. I'm saying. I've actually never been to Vegas. I've never been. Thought this prisoner would talk or something, but he's not saying anything. I think he's just accepted his fate. It's cool. I like it. I want to like, I've heard Vegas is cool. I don't know if you're talking about the screen or Vegas, but Vegas sounds cool. I had the opportunity to go when you weren't invited when we went. I don't remember when you went. Getting Lev and Skratsx baked. If you've been to an arcade, you've been to a casino. I've been to an arcade. You gotta be ready to spend money. Strippers are not cheap. Oh, I've heard. I've heard that is an expensive endeavor. My bucket list includes visiting all 50 states. So far, I'm on 41. 41? What's your favorite state you've been to, Saul? What up? Yo, what up? Not good? I'll be a stripper. What do you mean? Are you cheaper or no? I forgot to look for the sheriff. It's not over here.
What you waiting for?
No, I'm only there for wifey facial packages. I'm free, bro. I love capitalism. The best facial is a baked facial. Thug shaker on the table for y'all? Bet. Say less. I need to get through here. I need to get through here. Thank you. Ask her. Chinty, what's your cash? Yeah, we need to know. We need to know the cash app. Where the fuck is the... Gotta be around here somewhere. You can find a vampire in Saint Denis? Really? I didn't know there were vampires in... I mean, there's UFOs. Sheriff in Saint Denis. I didn't know that. Where the fuck is the sheriff? Only take dollar bills? I mean, that's cool. I understand that. It's right. Okay, I see where it is. Check text. You sent me a location for the vampire? So the mask is right here, so it's like right here. For the vampire? I'm gonna have my booty out giving y'all haircuts. Okay, I see you. But for the sheriff? I think I found it. Please give me $2 million for all in. What, Lev? What do you want? There we go. 2 mil for all in. I got to think about that. I've been really generous with the stimmies lately, you know. That's actually cool. There's a vampire in this. Knock cheeks up while giving a fade. Genty gonna be out. Let me find the emote. Genty's gonna be doing the thug shake. He gonna be like that, giving haircuts. Sun's out, buns out. Unfortunately, by the time I visited New Mexico, the Breaking Bad locations were heavily fortified, especially Walter White's house. That's tough. Oh, I would say it's definitely New Mexico. Visited Albuquerque and saw Breaking Bad location. Is it? That's the police department. Yep. I got a runaway for you, boys. Just doing my job, partner.
I'm not fixing to get mixed up in this.
I'm be hitting them my spicy emotes. Why did the I'm gonna take a nigga's bitch with this haircut song pop into my haircut with these emotes? Hey, you have to see that stream. It was goated. I need to cut my G, but my legs are bad. I usually stand on my knees. But Los Pollos Hermanos is still there, and hands down, they serve dope food. That does sound good. Los Pollos I love that show. All right, where you want me to put him?
Oh, ourselves should be quite comfortable enough for that one.
Got you, brother. There we go.
Just stop. There's something bad for you.
It won't.
I'm gonna make you regret this, you dumb piece of shit.
Enjoy prison, buddy.
I heard it all before. Let's see justice. Well done.
How much money we get for that? How much is that? $7. I should have let his ass stay free. Gus is a con. You don't like Gus? His character was so good, though. Wild statement. All right, bet. If my meat slap you, my bad. Throat fade is wild. It too edgy. He's been like, real talk. His actor has been in so many good roles above Lemoy. Gus was dope. I like Gus. I like him in like every single show he's been in. Like in The Boys, I liked his character in The Boys. You know, like right here, I believe. Bro is dark. Yeah, he is. He is. And my second visit was to Washington. We went there for a conference and actually got to see inside the White House. Met the Vice President, Joe Biden, back then. Obama was out of the country. Good times. That does sound cool. Carlos Esposito is an amazing actor. He really is. Like, he's really good. Who's Gus, the black guy? Yeah. He's the black. Like, have you seen The Boys, Snow? Did you just make a mark on the map? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I already went to the sheriff. Y'all got to agree, though. The lizard running from snakes from King Von playing was dope. That was dope. What did you do it for? I believe it was the incest couple. I was doing it from memory. No, it's by the railroad. Hold on. It's underneath. Hold on. He's a dope villain in The Mandalorian. I don't think I've seen The Mandalorian. That's a shiesty in every show he was in. I'll be wanting to beat bro ass. He is, bro. That's the wrong one. That's the sheriff. Let me look for open in browser. Are we forgetting Nacho, who played Voss Montenegro? He's regarded as the best video game villain of all time. Is he? Welcome back to Noah's food review today. We're trying some Quest Miwiku. So Quest Miwiku whip. That was wild, bro. Which one is this for? I gotta look at my DMs again. Hold on. That's the sheriff. He up there? Can't believe Vince Gilligan got away with naming the only important black character besides Tyrus the chicken, man. Gus, Pooh shiesty my dog, but Pooh, you know I'm really shiesty. His characters are crazy. Why'd you put a mark there? I was doing something for him. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just find it this way. Aberdeen Pig Farm. Lemoy by Aberdeen. Look at the map. Subjects. Yeah, what's up, Broward?
Nothing's as bad as the brother deep throating beans yesterday. Yeah, we're gonna make an emote out of that. We're making an emote out of that. It's under the inn by the lake. Bro was making faces. It was crazy. It was nuts. That's it. When I just hear that's Lagris. That's the wrong one. That's the other one. I need this one. Got it. Above the M by the railroad tracks. It's like here. That's what mission did you do? We Arthur got raped. I'm not gonna lie to you, Broward. He got raped. So it was a whole thing. He got raped. And I've been drowning felons. It's not here, it's more it's like right here. That's what I was looking for. It's like right there. Yeah, we drowned some felons. We took a felon to jail and we got raped. Have a good lurk, Snow. And he got cheese clapped by a hillbilly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Vastin's performance was crazy. Far Cry 3 was one of the games that actually showed you the consequences of killing. Unlike most video games, we felt the madness in the transition to a bloody, hungry psychopath. I'll be honest with you, Saul. I haven't played Far Cry yet. That is on the list of games I need to play, and I've heard Far Cry 3 is one of the better ones. It's on my list, though. I believe I have it in Steam. I just haven't played it. Yo, chill out, little jit. Chill. Riding a horse in this... You saying?
Morning, T. How's your name?
I've been killing folk for no good reason. Thanks, I can still hear y'all. I'm just doing a little homework. Bet. Yeah, get your homework done. Always a good idea.
It's time to be safe. You, one of you, please take a...
You should start from Far Cry 3. It will not disappoint. Okay. Have you played them all? I'm a Red Dead serial killer.
Hello, sir. Can I interest you in Chelonianism?
Legit despises civilization.
Can you?
It's difficult to, have a horse there.
It is a fascinating religion that was taught to a very wise master.
Oh, here we go.
About 100 years ago, in a land not very
Is that
far
Mr.
from here.
KFC? Yes, I played all of them. Okay.
Take the book, please.
Sure, we'll take the pamphlet, bro. Join his cult. Bet.
You've made a wonderful
We'll take the
choice.
pamphlet.
It is a religion of safety.
Scientology.
Religion made by gods.
Hello?
who
Yo, what's up,
understood
Mateo?
What life is.
Bro dressed like Colonel
What life
Sanders.
could be, but what it is. And it is very dangerous.
It is very dangerous.
But with Chelonianism, it can be safe.
Mm-hmm. Far Cry 1 and 2 will require a mod
Am I boring
that tricks
you?
the game into thinking you have like a 2006 PC.
I'm sorry.
Hmm.
Have a wonderful day.
If I have to mod it, it's probably going to turn out badly. I'm not very good at it. Isn't there a Hitler counterpart in Saint Denis? I want to watch you blast him away, though. Is there actually? Excuse me, officer. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me. You already found him? Did I? Was he the one I dragged through the street?
Hello?
Yeah? Oh, yeah. We killed him, and then we dragged his body through the street. Oh. Yeah, good times. That was pretty early on. Having a horse in these cities is fucking crazy. Well, nice. Yeah, it was good times. It was good times. Most old games cannot function on new cards and processors. Usually there's an Intel HD graphics mod for them. It's very simple. Just drag and drop the file. Okay. Okay, if I have to just drag and drop, that's easy. I can do that. Up, I see smoke in the distance. You know what that means. Excuse me, brothers. He respawns too, so you can experiment with new ways to kill him. Really? How's it going? Pretty good, Witch Doc. How are you? How are you? I see smoke. We go to smoke, brothers. It's not difficult. Wait, where's the smoke go? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Chilling. Perfect. Have a good lurk, Broward. Oh shit! I just noticed that gator. Holy shit! Bathtub time. You know what it is. Where'd the smoke go? Is that just fog? I think it was. All your cores are red. Oh yeah, let me eat some food. I keep forgetting that I need to actually eat.
Where the meat at? Trying to get beavers to spawn. I think I made them extinct. Did you kill that many of them? The smoke is gone. It was fog. Bog Juicy Williamson. Who is that? Oh, no, it isn't. I see it. Oh, shit. These gators really do jump scare you. They're just everywhere. If Arthur is a perfect weight, his booty jiggles while riding his horse. Really? Not really, but they quit spawning. You should do song battles in Discord at some point in the future. Oh, like an ox battle? That'd actually be interesting. An ox battle? I think you can permanently kill citizens in this game except lawmen. That's me, son. Ah, okay. Okay. What was I listening to? Oh, that was a dog. Yes, please. Y'all want to do an ox battle? Like, I'm down with it. We have to find time to, though. I know the little yellow birds you can make extinct. I don't think I've seen one or paid attention enough to... Where is the smoke? Or paid attention enough to really see one. Oh, well, no smoke. I'm Bog Juicy. Interesting name. Ox battle could be fun. We'd have to figure out what artists you want to do, too. You know? That'd be a cool Discord thing. Human Simulator makes species extinct by the day. I mean, that's what we kind of do, you know? I feel like an ox battle would be cool. When we start hunting and get satchels. I've hunted 2 legendary animals so far. Two legendaries, one by accident. I need to get the rest of them, though. What's an ox battle? So an ox battle is when you take artists, right? And you basically go in a competition against someone else where you play their best songs against each other, and chat can decide who wins. You know, when you do music against it, yeah, exactly. How about we do a wheel spin of the alphabet and they have a name, a song with that letter? That's interesting. Oh, I know. Yeah, I think that's like a cool. I've seen Rage do it, but you do it by genres. Oh, there's nobody here. Damn. All right, let's get out of here. Tool first ended up. A Will Smith song battle? Could you imagine that? A Will Smith song battle? Someone's gonna be like, I win, I'm playing Summertime. Hunt the legendary catfish? Fishing? I have to get better at fishing in this game. For the legendary gator in the swamps, do not fight it. Just run from it. Make sure it's chasing you. It'll die of a heart attack soon. Easy. Does it actually? That's way easier. Or Wild West. Yeah. Wild West or Summertime wins. Not Switch, though. Switch was an abomination. Switch was so... Yes, it does. You're welcome. Thank you for that. I will just run. If you're ever in Rhodes, walk around the gunsmith and you'll get a secret encounter. Okay, next time in Rhodes, I will. Red Dead music versus GTA music? Oh, yeah, Miami, too. Miami's a good one. Usually takes 4 to 5 minutes of running. Oh, we got that. Game's so realistic, motherfuckers having cardiac arrest. Usually takes... Okay. Yeah, Switch was horrible. Like, that song was ass, bro. I think GTA would win. GTA would win. I would throw in his Men in Black songs. Okay. Okay. If it was GTA, I'm picking Tupac, Can't See Me. Yeah. I discovered by accident, but yeah, it's too thick to keep running. Will really thought he was like, yo, I'm gonna put out this song Switch, bro, and everybody's gonna love it. Everybody. That's gonna be a #1. That song was so bad. GTA would win. Yeah, there's way too many songs in Grand Theft Auto for Red Dead to compete, to be honest. Here we are.
Hey there.
What's up, brother?
Don't be shy, partner.
Let me save just in case. I feel like something crazy is about to happen. What about San Andreas theme? Hold on.
No such thing as a stranger here.
Shoot him? Go with your gut here.
Hello, mister.
Well, you look like you need to take a load off.
What?
Damn.
Ain't this a rare treat? Why didn't you tell me we had guests coming? I'd have fixed myself.
Off topic, Skratsx. Why was I wearing all blue on stream yesterday? And someone asked if I was a crip. People are so random. They're so random. Don't shoot that boy. Let's go in. He looks friendly. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll go in. No. Thought this was a swamp guy. B-Diz, we already got our cheek clapped by him. I'm not going to lie to you. We went in. Go inside. Okay. These random encounters are the best marketing for Red Dead 2. I remember YouTube vids about them getting like 5 million views about these encounters. Open all the cupboards, etc. in the house when you're done with this encounter, especially the ones on the top floor. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, man.
I'm like, it's a coincidence I'm wearing a blue beanie and sweater. Get out of my chat.
I ain't no guest, miss. I'm just passing through.
Oh, nonsense. Well, come on in. Rest a while. And we got food on the stove and a bottle of the good stuff we've been saving.
Yeah, this doesn't.
Then.
Oh, damn, the swamp guy is the worst thing in this game. Yeah, we got taken advantage of.
But I best be on my way.
Oh, come on now. How you gonna turn down a hot meal and good company?
Try to hog time. It's a glitch.
I'll go open that bottle.
Imagine you start quit walking next to him. Yeah, he comes through. He's like, yo, what's up, cuh? And he just start. You getting your cheeks clapped again? Oh, God. Twice in one stream.
Hey, there he is. Come on in. Come on.
What do I do?
She ain't primping for hours.
Make clear your allegiance, blue or red.
Go check on
Swear. Okay, we're going upstairs, huh? Let me just see what's in this house.
Hurry her up a little. She won't listen to me.
Go watch the lady upstairs, okay? No, this time you getting clapped?
Well, look who it is. You are hungry, ain't you?
I didn't mean to intrude, miss.
It's all right. Looking ain't a crime. You go on and have a seat at the table. I'll be down in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, she kind of freaky, huh? Like she giving vibes. Like she giving vibes, bro. Oof is about to go down. Yeah, this watch behind you. You're making me nervous. Okay. I can carve you these nuts. Yo, this CNC goes hard. I just found the best feature. I can carve you these nuts. Really? Did you get it all put together? Nah, these people are cool, bro. Just want you to place the okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. We're good. That man about to bust a big fat nut in you. Open the cupboard. Okay. Is it in this room? Not this one.
And there was me thinking you was the bashful type.
Which, oh, right here. No, not yet, but that's what's up next. Okay. What the?
Six sons of bitches.
What the fuck? Yeah, this is about to get weird. Okay. Okay. This is about to get weird.
She'll be down in just a minute.
Hey Siri, play that tip drill song.
That is what I like to hear. Hey, now pull up a chair, partner.
Okay.
That's it. Now settle in. Make yourself at home. Oh, hey!
Hey!
Wait, this just about perfect. One of them moments you wish could last.
Don't eat that shit.
Well, like I said.
Yeah, I don't trust it, bro. It feels like we're gonna be eating people.
Like a couple of old friends. Ah, it's a short life, but a merry one.
Eat it?
All the fixins. I hope
Hey man, maybe they collecting bones. You know what? Maybe you're right. Let him cook. Eat it all. All right. Get up and start blasting with the shit. Get dizzy, Skratsx.
Stop it, you! How do you like it?
It's good.
I couldn't control it. He ate it. He ate it. You going back, kill the dude, and kidnap the girl.
This place.
Now these people definitely sus. I agree.
When we was kids, before we lost our ma and pa, horrible business.
Horrible.
We still got each other, ain't that right, honey pie?
Wow, fucking what? Why does it look like that fucker from YouTube?
Here, that's for you.
Yeah.
There.
Look at others' face.
Where are my manners?
Eating weird meat from oh, look at Arthur's face.
Definitely use a drink.
Incest meat, bruh. Arthur's like, oh, he kind of does. Uh-oh.
Put hair on your chest.
Uh-oh.
I doubt he needs that. Let's loosen you up some more.
Uh-oh.
Come on, honey.
What are we doing here? Drink or leave? Drink or leave? Drink or leave? What you think? Let's drink more? All right, bet. Bet. Not again. Here we go.
What the hell is that? That's an old Aberdeen home recipe.
Oh, God.
That one right there is in 1894.
Pull out the shotty. Oh, God. We're in too deep.
Come on, I thought I had a man here, not a boy. One more, and you and I both will go upstairs and have a lie down.
I mean, she's promising me a good time, boys. Listen to reason. This is how people get mutilated. You better be thugging with your rounds in Pound Town. I didn't even get to control that one. Why the drink maker ugly as fuck? Pull out your pen and join them.
Take whatever cat she has on her, put it behind mama.
Fuck. We got robbed. This is it. All of it's gone. How we get tricked? Haha, they about to take that kidney, but at least you about to get your dick sucked. Fuck. You come out right after this and take it? Oh, we are. There's a dead body with us. Look at the ground.
Sons of bitches got some explaining to do.
Damn. Which one can I loot, though? Damn. They took all our money. How many times? Like, this is twice in one stream, bruh. Twice in one stream. They killed their parents, by the way. Yeah, I noticed. Power of the P. Men are too easy. The money's behind the painting on the ground floor. Okay. Twice in one stream, what? So we got, Arthur got his cheeks clapped, right? He got raped, and then the incest couple just got us. The incest couple just drugged us and took all our shit. Someone called that irresponsible as fuck? How you get robbed twice in one day? That's what I'm saying. This what I'll stand? It's bath time. Mark the spot they dumped you in and bring the girl here. Okay. That's a good point. Let me go back. Let me stand where it is and we're going. Why the fuck are we listening to Lacate? Like, we drank and they took our shit. I would suggest you set up camp and go back in 2 to 3 days. You'll get more money on top of what was looted. Okay. Okay. I like that. Add the marker right there. There we go. I told you to shoot him. You did. Illy did say leave. She did. She did. Doing my monthly Minecraft playthrough. Do you like beat the game or you just get on? They gonna spend it all? We'll camp for 2 days if that's better. Move. Oh, I can't just. Okay. He's a straight sub. Oh, man. All right. Oh, you beat. Okay. So set up camp and wait. Bet. We'll get more money. You said 2 days, right? 2 to 3 days. Okay. You can leave the money too and retrieve it in the epilogue. No, we're getting it. Why listen to a deadbeat drunk than listen to your trusty partner? Getting robbed by the booty bandits is a bad look. It really is. It is. This has not been our this is not our finest hour, you know? This has not been our finest hour. Who knew? Except, you know, Lagate. Lagate do. Rough day. I'm saying. Hey, bro, don't spoil on accident. We got to go back like Thanos. Yeah, we have to. Arthur's having it rough, bro. This is tough. Man, twice in one day, huh? I knew. Let's release all the pent up anger on innocent people. All right, I think it's time to go. It's time to get our get back. We got enough sleep. It's time, boys. It's time. Tear down this fucking camp. It's time. Let's go, Arthur. You know what gun we're using for this? That hangover serious? Yeah, we had to rest a little bit. Where the auto shotty at? Get that ready. You knew too? Damn. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Yeah, so awesome. Yesterday, someone gifted 73 subs. So, yeah. Bad Time Revenge arc starts now. Yeah, it's time. Put on the mask for dramatic effect. Yeah, yesterday someone came through and gifted 73 subs, and it was crazy. It was actually insane. All right, we got our mask on. Damn, what a come up, I'm saying, bro. Congrats, thank you. Quite literally, I was so shocked for the rest of the stream. We did Hood Animal Planet. We did Hood Animal Planet for the rest of the stream. So it was fun. It was fun. Okay.
Yep.
We finna spin the block on the opposite. You damn right. I'm eating dark chocolate. Snoop or with you narrating. So what we did was we took animal videos and we found the perfect song to go with it, right? Like we had, let me think. What songs did we play yesterday? We had Finito. Did Mr. Beast find your stream? How cool would that be if that's actually a video? I got the perfect idea. Not gonna play what? Not gonna lie. Apes played Chief Keef, yeah. Yeah, we also played the Riley Reid song. You know, it's time to get these sons of bitches. Is there water nearby? If there's not water, we have to straight execute. What if you rounded up everyone in the same Minecraft realm and we split into 2 teams? Okay. I'm a gorilla in the fucking... Illy started because she said that and that got me thinking about it. Then we started it. So it was like Illy got it. And we built our own bases and then we have a couple days to war. Dynamite? Ooh. Okay, so what if we can do that in Sons of the Forest? Yeah, like a red versus blue. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. What if we tie this couple up and dynamite them? What do you think? Do I have dynamite on me? Let me make sure before I promise anything. Yeah, we do. What you think? I love how bro is meticulously looking for bodies of water to drown people in. Can you pee in the game? I don't remember. I think so. But I don't have. I think I have to be by something. Make the girl watch her brother die. All right, bet. Yeah, we'll tie her up, tie her brother up, and shotty him, and then we'll take her to where her parents are. They'll just go back in and be like, "Hey, you showed me a good time. How about a round 2?" Now reverse that. Make her. Okay. Chat getting dark, yo. But here's my thing. I don't think Lil Jit can carry the brother. So we farm for a base, get gear, and we can trade with the opposite team until the war that will last 2 hours. Let her watch him burn alive. All right, bet. Serial killer vibes unlocked. Yeah, this is the intrusive thoughts stream.
You ain't.
Why shoot? Whoa. Okay, it won't. Hog tie. Yeah, she got crazy. You missed, Arthur. Is that rope not gonna?
Make sure you're dead this time.
You know what? No, you are, brother. Ha ha! We got him. We got him. Yo, TTV Split Man, thanks for the follow. It wouldn't let me hog tie him. My rope wasn't big enough. Damn. I actually saw a video where someone made the fat guy chase him for 3 to 4 in-game days to see if he'd lose weight. Did he? I tried to hog tie and it just was not working. So we dynamited him. You know? Like, that was perfect. Now for the blowjob. That was the glitch. He can't be hog tied. All right. So I'm going to take her to the spinning the block on the house with dynamite. You know it. So I'm a looter.
Now I'm just gonna
Take the money behind the painting. Oh, it's right here, right? Did someone say glitch? So I don't know if you saw it, but we just tried to hog tie a fat guy and it didn't work.
You're gonna pay, you bastard!
It didn't work. It was justified though. So we dynamited him. $496. Hold on. Let me just let's do this. You get some extra money. That was nice. All right, now let's take her to where her parents are. Come on. You're not. Let's go. Come here, boy. Make sure he's dead. Double tap him. Okay. He was too wide. He was. Where's the rest of the money? Let's stow. I'll be right back. Right back. Let's just make sure. Where he at? All right, he's dead. He's dead. When I did this, I had $12,000 V1 glitch, and I got $2,500 on top of money. Jesus. Like an accurate word, like meetings and peace treaties and having to ration food and shit. We can't do that in Sons of the Forest, right? Dynamite wasn't enough. Not the double tap. We had to. We had to. Arthur getting his revenge. Yeah, because we out here looking for revenge. Where's my horse at? You better still be on the back. Okay, we're good. About to be mad. Let's go see your parents. I need to buy Sons of the Forest. Arthur's biggest op so far. And look at it. It's time. I thought we'd talk about Minecraft. I think. Oh, let's put my hat back on. Need that. That might have been more satisfying than any killing yet. I think so. That was great. That really was great. Okay, here we are.
Kidnapping a lady.
Shut up.
Come on, man.
Hey, look who it is. Look.
No! What are you doing? No!
It's your parents. Say hi to your parents.
Please! No! Please, I'm sorry. Not here. Mama!
That and dynamiting the clan. That was great. That was great. Arthur's biggest op himself. He just like me for real. Minecraft is better in my opinion as the base building is better. Because you can't do that in Sons of the Forest. Now set a predator bait and let her get mauled by an animal. Ooh. Damn, another dynamite. Like I'm kind of, she's crying for her mom and I kind of want to dynamite her. Sweet, sweet revenge. You know what I'm saying? One of the most memorable encounters. What do we do here? Take the tears of vengeance, my boy. I'm loving this. I'm dynamiting her. Wait, no. Pick that up. Pick that up. Pick that up. Pick that up. We're going to throw it.
I'm sorry, Mama. I'm sorry.
Damn.
Damn it.
Damn. Damn. Now, where's the just let her beg for a lot. We're going to plant some bait. Y'all real valid in chat. There we go. We crouch right here. Just watch it happen. Or do we back up? Ooh, she ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3. Minecraft, I feel, would be the best. Now we wait. We back up a little bit. Arthur's fucking evil, bro. What the fuck? I mean, someone did say serial killer arc, right? Dude's a full-blown psycho at this point. She's already dead. I doubt a predator would want it. You don't think a predator would want this? Take her swab, then store it. Label it the perfect specimen for humanity. Let some scientists 200 years later discover the swab, clone it, only to realize she has incest genes. By that time, it'll be too late, and the incest army will spread. The army will kill everyone. Destroy her bloodline. Let your thoughts win. I love that. Hey, they killed their own parents and got dilly with each other. They deserved it. I'm saying, hell, I ain't a predator, and I want that. Bro, nobody would want that. I mean, her brother did. Right? Her brother did. Yeah. I'll come look later. I'll come look later. That was pretty satisfying. Maybe I'm too close. Is that just the copy pasta? That was I love this copy pasta. That was satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, did I hear something? No. All right, let's get out of here. Bro, spam is like... Okay. That was pretty satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. I enjoyed that. That was the, like, other than killing the clan in this game, that was probably the most satisfying. I like to cook my spam before I eat my spam. I've never had spam. I've never had spam before. I think we do the grays next, huh? I love copy pasta. That one was actually funny. When did you kill the clan? So I've killed them twice. We saw one about to lift up a cross and burn it, and I blew them up. Spam Masibi's literal. What is that one? I don't think I've heard of that one. Awesome, shut your ass up. You're just mad you don't know how to copy. He thinks he's safe behind a virtual screen. Witness me catch you lacking weaponry in these roads, boy. Musubi? What is that? Awesome. Look at him. He copied it. I don't know what that is. I have to sneeze. It's spam with teriyaki glass on a white. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Musubi. Let me see. I can't find the copy pasta. I can't find the copy pasta. Hope you all have a gas leak. I'm a pro at copying. Joke's on you. I have no gas. Damn. Okay. Get out of here. They're my go-to stoner food in Hawaii. I've actually never been to Hawaii. I haven't been to very many states. It's not the weirdest copy pasta, but it's really creepy as hell. I'm scared. I copied all my homework for years. I didn't. It's a skunk. Look how happy the music sounds now. Hawaii was my favorite place to live so far. How long did you live there? So it goes, I didn't fuck my cat. I didn't come on my cat. I didn't put my dick anywhere near my cat. I've never done anything weird with my cats. I promised myself I wasn't going to make an apology video after last year's thing. So I'm just trying to be as short and honest with this as possible. A year? That's cool. Music like you didn't just blow 2 people, right? It's like we just had a really happy moment. What is that? I've never seen that. Excuse me, what did I hear? Look up. It's a copy pasta. Don't translate it. Bro, is that the dude who did the Taylor Swift parody song? I don't know, I saw it on Reddit. I got no fucking way I won 5K. Did you actually? I got no words for real. I understand that. I understand that. Fuck, on a scratch card? Did you actually just win 5K? Bro, congratulations. If you really won 5K, gift subs. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Congratulations, though. Congratulations. Yeah, enjoy yourself. Congrats, man. That's cool. That's actually really cool. Congrats, my boy. Told you it was a good day. I mean, sure, Shane Dawson got to be him. Was it Shane?
Remain right there, nice and obedient.
The fuck is he doing?
This ain't no town or no city. These are Lemoyne heartlands, and you ain't welcome. Keep your distance. Don't.
I got you. Are you evil or are you good? Yeah, get on out of here. My biggest flex is winning $5 on a free lottery scratch. Oh, wait. It said, psych, you motherfucker. That's what you get for mocking me, you bitches. Damn. Damn. Fastest shot in the West, boy. Clean shots, too. Right in the eye. You see that? Right through his eye. Are you playing on controller? I am. It's weird for me because I don't usually play games on controller. Like, it's an adjustment. I usually play on mouse and keyboard. I feel like a cat would rip your dick apart if you try to fuck. Cats don't play. They don't. Try to press L1 quickly twice. Arthur will do a gun trick. Only with pistol? Okay, let me make one pistol. Quickly? Did they? Yeah, it's not. Maybe it's the wrong pistol? What gun is it? Maybe it's this one? The double action? There we go. There it was. That's cool as fuck. Yo, let me take this mask off before I get in trouble. That was cool. Yeah, I think it's just it's that gun. I don't let shit go. You'll have to cope with constant lies and deceptive, you disgusting maggots of society. Damn. Damn. I was legitimately happy for you, not good. I was like, damn, that's actually really cool, you know? I was like, damn. That's really cool. It's even cooler with a gunslinger's pistol. I need to get one. I think I have some of them. Or is it their one just called the Gunslinger? JK, I love you all. You're my little baby boys. We love you too. We love you too. We're glad you're here. I think you might need a hug. I need a hug. Hugs are always good. Yeah, we love you guys. Sounds more bad than not bad. Maybe I am very lonely. Damn. Love you guys. Coolest chat in existence. I agree, bro. I agree. I agree. I agree. Yo, that just reminded me. Whoa, whoa. 26 watching, by the way? Really? Yo, welcome, guys. Fun fact, Among Us got banned at the daycare where I work at. Turns out, you know how YouTube has the autoplay thing? One day the kids were watching Among Us songs on YouTube, then autoplay changed it to the Among Us twerking video. 10-hour video to be exact, and all the kids tried twerking, so that's how Among Us got banned. Love you all except Legate. Yo, so because of yesterday, we unlocked new emote slots. Legate wants Skratsx to get raped twice in one stream. He accomplished it. He did accomplish it. But we have new emote slots, right? So we have 3 more animated emote slots. Make a little jit emote. So we have 1 open emote slot here and 3 animateds. You get a twerk emote? Thought rape was a TOS word. It depends on how you use it. Raid, yeah, we do need a raid emote, actually. Badly. Yeah, we need a raid one. I need tier 2 and tier 3, but I haven't thought about that. Make a bathtub man emote? Like, where would we use that? Raid should be animated. Yeah, so we'll make raid an animated one. I'll try to work on that. So we'll raid it. Let me write that down. Get these games. Emotes. Raid. A Jon Snow emote. I feel like he's got that with his Wigglytuff, to be honest. We need a raid emote. Oh, we're still going to make one of the Badlands an emote, for sure. I still haven't thought about this at all because I don't really care about this. Eventually, I need to talk to Twitch because I need follower emotes. So I got to work on that. Because I should have them by now, but they're not working. Where you get your emotes from? I got them from an artist, but I think I'm about to get Addy to redo them. They can't make a childhood trauma emote. I may ask Addy to redo them. You know, the bean one I made, obviously, but Addy, I love Addy's emotes. Let me see if I have a picture of them. I do have a picture. Let me go to my messages. Okay, I'll show you. Let me see. Niche. So these are Addy's emotes. Like Addy drew these, and I like the style of these a little bit better. I'm start looking for emotes soon. If you really want some done, I highly recommend Addy. She's in the stream sometimes. Addy's actually really, she drew these. These ones right here. I don't know if she drew these, but she did these. And I actually love the designs of these. So I do highly recommend Addy if you are looking for emotes. You know what I'm saying? Make that an emote command. You know? So do my PFP DEL little nigga emote. Post her ID. Her at is, hold on, let me find it. I forgot what her Twitch name is. I think it's Adleah. Let me look. Oh, here it is. It's Addy with a 1. So here's her Twitch URL. Post her OF for art. I don't have her. I don't think she has one. That's her Twitch. Here, I'll shout it out. I'll shout it out so you can follow too. Yeah, I don't think she has one. Could you imagine? There's Addy's stream though. I'm just joking. No, I know.
Oh,
but there's
my
Addy's.
God.
If you keep raiding, you're definitely going to get clout. I try to raid every stream.
You sure about that, Taylor?
But Twitch has been hoeing me lately on that.
You sure Echo's got District 2, bud?
You know what I'm saying? The raid has not been working.
Dude, for real, everyone, for fuck's sake. Everyone's just
Yeah. If you want emotes or just to like have fun, her stream's cool too. But she's really good at emotes.
Everyone's just
You know what I'm saying?
going off.
Is this thing bugging? It is bugging. Yeah, I highly recommend Addy. Addy's good at it. I'm gonna show you if I can get her to redo mine. You know. Yeah, also, if you have like lists of people who I should look at rating, that would be great too. So I don't keep rating the same people. I get nervous around talented people. Alf, I'm sure you're talented too, bro. You know? I'm sure you're talented too, bro. You know what I'm saying? Duchess asked the gang not to use weapons. Got it. Do I have a weapon now? Yo! Eterios, thanks for the follow. Inshallah, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I bet you're talented too. Everyone's kind of talented in their own little fields. You know what I'm saying? Just depends on what your field is. Okay, I was going to wonder if I was going to have to jump that or not. Not using weapons. Why is it? Hello? But thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, don't sell yourself short. I'm saying. You know? Everyone's talented in their own way. I'm talented in being able to twist my arm 369 degrees. Not impressive, but still cool. A little frightening, too. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm studying English literature. That's actually cool. English was one of my favorite subjects in school.
Hey, look, I've been helping the sheriff with some trouble. Wanted me to have a word.
Scary as fuck? Yeah, it really is. I'm not going to lie to you.
All right. Have a word. But I ain't got the time to help you.
All right, buddy. 369 degrees is very specific, too. Defo giving the best handy shit. You want to be like a Chinese bird. Is your arm okay? That is my question. Like, are you good, bro? Are you good? Because that sounds painful. That sounds pretty painful, you know? You know what I'm saying? Hold on, I want to see something. Hold on, real quick. Not when I'm done with you, Glitch. What? I'm trying to write some stories, and I'm writing no masterpieces yet. I think masterpieces, those take a lot of time. What kind of stuff do you write, though? Bro, been through bone therapy? Apparently. What kind of stuff do you write? Hold on. I'm looking for something. Anything I feel I want to? Bro doesn't have any bone. Yeah, he's kind of got like a, like just rubber bones, to be honest. Right? Like rubber bones. He's got to. You know? Pull him down. Hello, sir.
Hey, I was hoping you'd talk.
I wrote an essay about Kodak.
I'm a
Was it gas? Fucking Gumby. He is.
I ain't the one to speak to. Try Master Bo.
Motherfucker's got go-go gadget arms.
Boy's got all the time in the world.
Pretty nice estate we got here. Gas as fuck? Oh, I bet. I bet. Sometimes it's downright fictional stuff. Sometimes it's based off reality. It depends, really. I think that's cool, though.
Huh. I'll see you at the...
Go-go gadget, big piece of metal shit.
Excuse me, friend.
We friends?
Not yet, but he is hoping.
I guess.
We don't get a lot of traveling men here, and suddenly there's a whole...
I don't like how he's looking at me already.
Mysterious but strangely helpful Yankees about the place.
I mean, I used to love Gumby. Saying, Arthur tweaking.
Looking for work?
Well, looking for something. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
What secret?
I got a secret of my own.
Are you secretly normal?
Excuse me?
Never mind.
The thing is, I don't care if you kill the whole lot of us and the Braithwaites.
I don't want to kill anyone.
Chill out on my boy Bo, man. Gumby was a goat. I used to love watching Gumby.
Possible.
Well, love tends to be complicated.
She's a Braithwaite. I'm Bo Gray, son of Tavish Gray, nephew of Lee Gray, the sheriff, grandson of old Murdo Gray. We Grays have been loyal to the state and murderous to the Braithwaites for so long now, no one can even quite explain why. Beyond blind loyalty,
Arthur twerking?
stupidity.
Is he?
I'm supposed to be loyal to some nonsense while she's amazing. She's like
Wrote a Barney erotic fan fiction for JK, and I got clout.
If tomorrow
Hey,
turns out
if it helped get clout, you gotta write a sequel.
would you help?
What's the horse's name? Pokey? I think it was.
Gang feuds.
Hold on. You know I gotta look it up now. Yes. Yes. I thought bro said on folks' grave. It kind of sounded like it, didn't it? Here he is. There he is right there. Gumby was good, bro.
Seems unseemly.
Gumby was good.
I've got money. We Grays, we've always got money. No brains, mine, but money.
Well, in that case.
I know she loves to sit out in the gazebo on the edge of the bracelet.
We're delivering a love letter?
Take her this letter and this bracelet, please.
I don't even know how to remember that. I don't know either, because I didn't remember that. Yeah, there he is. Sneak into the grounds. Okay, we got to sneak. Let's look at the map. W Wingman. I'm saying Grays equal Union, loyal. Braithwaite's equal Confederate, I think. Dutch starts to be a real hood Karen, sticking his beak in places that don't belong. Dutch is kind of annoying. I don't think I fuck with Dutch, to be honest with you. I don't think I like him. Romeo Gray and Juliet Braithwaite, apparently. Oh, if they're Confederates, I ain't delivering shit. I'm killing every single last one of the Confederates, my boy. We're with the Union. You know what I'm saying? Nice estate. I did a photo shoot at a house that looks like this one's. Dutch is ignorant? He is. The fuck? How'd you end up back here? I left you out the gate. What'd you say to me, boy? You know who I am? Arthur motherfucking Morgan. Yeah, I don't really like Dutch. Dutch, that homie who doesn't listen to reason and drinks too much Henny. Yeah, then he starts just doing shit. He just starts doing random shit. Like, we should have left Micah in jail, too, for the record. Watch out, my boy, I'm coming through this gate. Like, he's like, we got to free Micah. And we're like, are you sure? Micah's kind of crazy. And he's like, no, we got to. And now look. Don't worry. The Braithwaite girl is actually pretty nice. She hates Ohio, so we good. All right. Bet. This music is very peaceful. It's almost like we don't have a body in a ditch that we blew up. Oh, thank Christ. Sean, that one homie that's only personality is loud. Micah, bitch. We hate that goddamn Micah. Son of a bitch. We hate him around here, brothers. Right? We out here gangbanging with the ops in the middle of town. Right? Like, damn. W music. I'm like, this music's peaceful. Good soundtrack. Oh, so we have to sneak in. Am I close? We getting close. All right. So I'm about to sneak in, apparently. Okay. We'll keep my horse about right here. Let's go, Arthur. So peaceful for no reason. Love the homie Sean, though. He funny as motherfucker. He is. Sean is fun. I like Sean. I just don't really fuck with like Dutch or Micah, bro. Dutch and Micah, I don't really like them. We just have to get in the house, right? My trip. Let me save just in case. We just have to get in the house, right? Skratsx, I'm hungry, but I got so many ideas what to cook. All right, what are the ideas? No cap, I hate stealth missions in games where your main objection is to blow niggas' tops back, right? Can't fucking find it. Find what? Bill kind of icky too? Yeah. Sean, Lenny, and Charles are the only sane motherfuckers in the camp. That is actually true. I fuck with Lenny too. I fuck with Lenny. What are the food options, Illy? Sneak past the guards to Penelope. How the fuck am I supposed to... Can't save either. Bill a hoe. Oh, that Barney shit. You gotta make a sequel. Y'all forgot my twin, John. The fuck is this goofy ass music? Hosea? I don't know if I like. Here's why I don't really like Hosea, bro. We went for that bear hunting mission. He has a sniper rifle. The bear is actively running at me, and what does he do? Does he use his gun? No. He runs behind a horse. Yeah, Hosea pussy for real. I don't know if I like him. Put the gun away, Arthur. Let it go, Skratsx. I can't let that go, man. Just a completely new one? Yeah, make a new one. A sequel to the erotic Barney story? No. I like Javier. I like Javier. Okay, there's one over there. I started to have mixed feelings about John after playing this game. I like Arthur, but Arthur's us. Seems a little oppish. So right, look, have a burrito wrap, put a waffle in the burrito, and in the middle it's filled with sausage, eggs, and cheese, and then grill the burrito and boom. Yo, Illy, that sounds incredible. You can swim across the river straight to her without being detected? Is that around back? Where's the river? For lunch, a grilled cheeseburger. That is fire. I kind of want to read it. Yo, if it's not too bad, I'll read it on stream. I deadass will read it on stream if it's not too bad. You feel me? As long as it's not super... It's in front. Left side. Oh. Damn. Okay, we gotta get across. Fuck. Food coma incoming? That sounds... Mary Beth, my girl, though. Turn around, bruh. I hate missions like this.
I think we got a spot.
What the fuck?
Be here, plantation workers only. Get out. Hey, I'm just a tourist.
What the fuck? How did he... Shh. Yeah, we fucked this up. It's easy if you went straight to the river. Yeah, I didn't know I had to go to the left side. Yeah, we're restarting. Karen? Everybody loves Karen. Everybody loves Karen. Okay, so we need to go to the left side. Got it. We're just gonna swim the river? How the fuck did he see me behind a tree, though? That shit makes no sense. W cholesterol. Oh, wait, my chat arena. I think chat's delayed still. Yep. Yeah, it's near the yellow blip. Oh, I see it. So I should just come this way. I see where... let me go here. So there's... Okay, we're good. Arthur sticks out like a sore outlaw? Yeah, he does. Look at that gosh darn rainbow, boys. All right, we're pretty solid. You're right, it is much easier to try to sneak near the fences. Like, because all of them are over there. All right. Just got out. How was it? All right, now we're going straight across. Straight 10, bro, straight 10. Damn. Am I gonna drown this way? I feel like I'll drown. Let me just walk around. I just crossed to the left? Yeah. I think we're good. You won't drown? Okay. Oh, shit. We did it. Thanks, Broward. Thank you, sir.
Are you Penelope Braithwaite?
Well, yes, I am.
I've got a letter for you.
Oh.
And
a good old bracelet.
A letter and a gift. Well, we don't even know each other.
well, it's not from.
They planned out a river monster as a mission to this game, but decided to cut it. So UFOs, curses, and strange men are fine, but lake monsters is where you draw the too weird for a cowboy game line. Come on, I love scary sea things. Honestly, a great film, start to finish.
Me, it's from.
From Bo. Oh, he is so
strange.
Yes, he's a little strange, but also so human. The rest of our families are stuck in the dark ages.
Go watch it. I need to.
I don't know, cave people.
There's a theory that Penelope is a
Bo's
character from the
different.
future that time traveled from
find out,
GTA.
They'll kill him and
How do
send me
they-
to live someplace awful.
How do they theorize that?
Ohio. Have you ever been to Ohio, sir?
No.
Nobody
Well,
goes to
neither
goddamn
have I.
Ohio.
My uncle has a factory there. He was sort of the black sheep on account of having left, but now they tolerate him because he's a vicious snob. Families are there's something else. You got a family?
I should watch it
sir?
with my girl space friend. That's a big space.
They tolerate
Arthur's
him
beard is
because of
fire.
money.
Yeah, we've just kind of been growing it out
With
right
my
now.
ideas above my station, they can't stand.
We initially had the.
Pretty complicated.
What's your beef with Ohio? Nothing. There's no beef.
Nothing to say except I hope they all rot.
Nothing. We initially had just
I
the
don't. Well,
because she talks like she's faking an accent.
but here, if you see Bo again, will you give this to him?
Yeah, she doesn't even really have like a southern accent or anything. Leave the area without being seen. So do we just go the same way? Ohio is the armpit of America, Ohioans. So we need to go back this way. Yeah, same route. We're going to just go this way. Easy. I think they sell beard tonics in general stores. You consume up to 3 of them to work. Speed up the growth 10 times. There's a theory that Jack is in John's son because Abigail was being tag teamed. I gotta read some of these theories. These theories sound interesting. Ohio. Got to crouch like sneak. Oh, there's no people around here. Look. They're all over there. We're just running out the other way. Fan out a little bit more. Oh, yeah, if you get near someone, I'm back. What did I miss? We just delivered them letter. Oh, Logate, were you in here when we dynamited the incest couple or no? We killed him with dynamite. Yeah, I took the river route, so we're good. There we go. Back what I missed. We just delivered a letter. Yeah, only like 2 people could have seen.
What the Sam Hill you think you're doing here?
Oh shit.
That's right. 1 foot in front of the other. Keep going.
Why are you following me, brother? Got the recommendations limit of 1 applies to everything. Come on, horse. Let's get it. All right, so let's go get this letter back. Bo Gray, look at us. Only 1 rape per day. But in general, look. Oh, you actually got it? Let me see. No, made a new one. Was this as long as the other story? That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That's crazy. Interesting. So that's the Barney story, huh? This is the Barney story. Right here, everybody. That's the Barney story. You know? Make it romantic.
As I slowly opened the door, Barney stood in front of me with his big purple schlong staring at me menacingly.
Great detail. Great detail there. Interesting. I wasn't really expecting this, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, you got to put it out for clout, you know? Oh, no. Do I read it with that voice? I will. Romantic Skratsx, not demonic. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's figure this out. Let's figure out how to make this romantic. Hold on. Amazing. Yes. Hold on. Let me figure this out. Erotic horror. That's the best kind, right? That's the best kind. That's the best kind, right? Let's see. How's this sound? Once it plays. Let me put this on the screen so there's no misinterpretations of what's happening here. This is good, right? Good atmosphere? Let's begin. As I slowly open the door. Play some Luther? I would, but it'll get taken down, you know? Let's see if I can find a Luther type beat. Let's play a Luther Vandross type beat. If I can find a type beat, I will. This is too retro. That's a hip hop beat. Smooth jazz tribute. They're not giving me one. R&B times drill. Yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, we got to go back. We got to go back to what we had. You know? Hold on. I need to post an image for it so we get it. So we get the full thing, you know? Let me, Oh, we need OG Barney. We don't need this new shit. I'll put this here to accompany the scrap. Oh, that's even better. Okay. Thank you, Broward. Thank you. There we go. Let's get real close. Are we ready? As I slowly opened the door, Barney stood in front of me with his big purple schlong staring at me menacingly. As I try to gasp, he puts it in my mouth roughly, swaying his back and forward, till I could breathe. Eventually, he let his 9-inch schlong out of my mouth and take a gasp for air in the end. That is not good, but not bad, LOLs. Erotic Barney story. Thank you. How was that? How was that? You really have to wear headphones in this stream, huh? That was deep. It was deep. I feel like we all read some really deep literature there. Well, damn, Barney's a little aggressive. I agree. See what I did there? I did. Let's get out of here. Deep. Yeah, he was. So deep you couldn't breathe.
Come on.
Little shit, please don't do this right now. Okay, good. 9 inches deep. Yeah. Barney was aggressive. I thought Barney may be like a little more tender, you know, but I'm back. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, we just read it. We put romantic music behind it and everything. You know? That was it was quite the reading, I'd say. Let's go. Yeah. Barney got that permalimp in my mind. Yeah. I feel like Barney would be, I mean, he was aggressive, you know? Like, was that the best kind of aggressive? I don't know. I don't know. No. I def thought Barney would be a gentle. Yeah, like, he looks like a gentle giant, right? Like a gentle giant. BJ would have been the aggressive one? I agree. I agree, to be honest with you. Barney looks like he'd be a little nice.
That's one nice looking horse you got there. How about we see how fast it is? First
Oh, God.
Jackson's.
Hold on. We're about to lose. Now you realize what I said is true? Headphones only stream. Oh, Lev, did you like the story?
Hey, boy. Sure, why not?
Ready? Let's go.
Oh, shit, it's this way. Get lost, bitch. Come on, buddy. This is legit.
Yeah, you all right there, boy?
Guys above.
That's my boy. You're a good boy.
Didn't hear? Oh, so what are you talking about? You didn't hear it. What are you talking about? Headphones only. That's maybe the only time he gets his rage out, though. That's a good point. I still just feel like, yo, Jake, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. How are you? I just feel like Barney would be like a gentle lover, you know? I don't think I'm tripping on that part. Give him some food.
I'm surprised I won, honestly.
Lil Jit's the best. Howdy, I'm good. Sorry I didn't greet you properly. I was racing. I'm glad that you're good though.
Acting up on me of all the times.
Skratsx, where your do-rag? Oh, I took it off. Oh shit. Sit your dumb ass down, boy. Don't you ever run in my horse. In the wash? No, I have a lot of them. I think you're near a house you can rob. Yeah, I didn't wear it today. I didn't wear it. Barney doesn't do it for you? Yeah, she's weird. She's not fucking with the Barn erotica. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, not a fan. Lev, do you want me to read it for you? You didn't hear it. Hold on. Lev, put your phone volume max. I got you. Let's do this again. Are you ready? Tell me when you have your phone volume up. I'm good. All right, you ready? Those dang murder kitties. Oh no, not again. Clicking off. Fine, I won't read it yet. Yeah, like we're racing and it's out here chasing us, trying to kill us, bro. Did she give me my money or no? Did she just run off? Do it. Skin that boy. Come on, Lev. You know you want to hear it. You know you're a little interested, bro. Do what? Oh, we read a Barney erotic passage. You know? Yeah, I knew this one was poor. W, right? Right? We won a race. Now let's go back and do our quest. Lev is just a hater. I'm saying, bro. It was a literary masterpiece. Even though I was surprised. Like, I felt like Barney would be gentle. Do you have the side quest in Rhodes yet? I don't know. I haven't been to Rhodes. I'm gonna finish this main quest and then we'll see. I'll look at once I get in here. I mean, I've been to Rhodes obviously because I started this quest, but I didn't look. We'll see. We smoked her in that race, though. Lil Jit's such a good... Damn. Okay, let me brush him. He's such a good boy.
There we go.
Don't look at General. Who's to say that he is not gentle? Well, the story did not give gentle. BBC, BWC, SBC, SWC. Which one do you prefer? All right. Here we go. Let's kick it up a little bit, little Jit. I know you're a little tired of BBC. Okay, there you go. A man of culture, I see. A man of culture. I don't know, Blade. The story just said it didn't really come across as if he was very gentle, you know? BBC is much more common. True. True. Well, maybe he was just feeling it stronger this time. Oh, like today was like just a passionate day, huh? Okay, I can see where you're coming from. Tell me your turkeys. We just got us some dinner, boys. Easy hunting. Easy hunting right there. Easy hunting. Add the can I have the soda sound? You're right. Let me do that right now. Thank you for reminding me. Let me do that. Let me mute the tab because I know exactly which one it is. Content. And give me that burger. I don't have that clipped. I think Lil Jit got a BBL. Probably. That's probably why he's winning all these races. I don't think I have that one clipped, to be honest. I don't think I have Gimme That Burger clipped. I have the soda one clipped. It's fucking nice.
This thing is too tight.
You got soda, Papa? Can I have some?
See, like I have that. But I don't think I have the burger one clip. Unless we find a timestamp.
No!
We do have that one. I love that sound. He came out with a new video, and I almost watched it today, but I just wasn't feeling it today. We may have to watch that tomorrow. He put out a video out like 4 days ago. You know? Create a blurb. Paste. We have to find the sound. Hold on. It's about... It's gotta be. About 7 seconds. About 7 seconds in. The no was great. Let me see.
Because this thing is too tight.
9 seconds in. Let's see.
You got soda, Papa? Can I have some? You got soda, Papa? Can I have Papa? Can I have some? You got soda, Papa?
There we go.
Can I have some?
Nailed it.
You got soda, Papa? Can I have some?
Next. Can I have soda? Quote. We don't know. Next. Publish. Soda, Papa? I love that one. Open the blurb. Add 2 channel points. 3 hundos. 2. There we go. It should be there. Make that one cheap or Food Dip will sue you. I think they're all cheap, aren't they?
You got soda, Papa? Can I have some?
Burger. I don't know where the timestamp for that one is, so I didn't clip it. I'll have to go through and find it and clip it, and I'll have it in tomorrow. Where's the no? It just got played. It's on a cooldown right now. Broward played it. The no was great. Give me that turkey, boy.
No!
There it is. We don't need it. We got what we needed from it. Give me that turkey, boy.
You know what? Okay, fella, get on by. I don't want none of whatever you selling.
Give me that turkey. The no is great. But so he has a video up. And we'll watch it tomorrow. Guys, is over 9,000 mean you'll rip your shirt off? No. Not yet. Maybe in the summertime. You know? In the summertime. Then I'll just be like, you know? Why does this keep happening? Fuck.
You Lemoyne Raiders, ain't you? May well be. What car?
I got the wrong gun. Oh well. Superman shit? I'm saying.
Look, it's only food for my family. Damn it all. Guess they got what was coming to them.
Yeah, some hot with them ding dang darn Lemoyne Raiders. These sons of bitches. I like, now that I'm used to it, this Tejas, it goes summer, second summer, winter, holy shit, it's freezing. Light summer, summer, holy fuck, I'm melting, light summer. Wait, what am I?
You got soda, Papa? Can I have some?
I actually love that sound, bro.
What?
We have so many channel point redemption sounds. Like, there's a lot of them. I wish they would let us categorize it better. Oh, they're guards. We won't kill them.
Come on, pal.
Who's that woman? Where did her voice come from? Like, I don't understand it. Soda Papa? I know she's from the, but I mean, like, who is that woman? Yeah, like, she just randomly showed up and just started begging. Give me that burger. Why does she sound like that? It's funny because she sound, look, if you listen to her in that clip versus how she sounded when she was asking for the burger. Skratsx, rename the sodas, the sound Soda Papa. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Dashboard. Go to my channel points. In my state, partner, it's summer, then summer, then summer, then holy fuck, it's hot summer. Then it's windy, then it's summer, then it's windy, then summer. Damn. In that clip, she was trying to sound cute. Ooh woo. Was that her cute? Can I have soda? We'll name it Soda Papa. There we go. Save. Oh, I made it 2Ps. Hold on, let me make it 1P. There we go. It's Soda Papa now. I think she was. She was trying to be like, oh, maybe he'll give me some if I sound like this. Then she got mad and she was like, give me that burger. Give me the burger. That was an amazing video though, wasn't it? Like, that video was truly great. Like, it's great.
What was the reason? What was the reason?
Give me that burger. Like, she was mad as hell. She's what people from my area call a crackhead. I agree. I agree. Then summer, then it's windy like a fucking tornado. Then it's cold. Then summer. Then it's windy and cold. Then it's cold and it's cold. And it's summer, then super cold. Then goddamn sub-zero relaxed, then cold. Like, yeah, here we don't have that much diversity, you know? It's either hot or it ain't. That's basically what we got here. Hey, boy. I delivered your fucking letter. Then random freeze. Yeah.
You got my money?
Sure. Did she give anything? For me?
Am I stay bipolar as fuck?
Might I have it?
Water weather bipolar as fuck too?
It'll cost you. I can't be bothered. Here, take it.
Oh, thank you, Arthur. You'll Thank you. My God.
Can I have some soda, Papa?
What a woman. This'll get her killed for sure.
What?
Oh, shit.
Women's suffrage. Around here, they don't even like men voting. They'd bring back the monarchy given half the chance.
Uh-oh.
Progress is a dirty word in these parts.
Give me that
Unlike
border.
incest,
Excuse me?
I don't want to marry my cousin Matilda. I want to marry Penelope. But they'll kill her at one of those rallies they're holding. They've done it before. Mister, you gotta help.
No, I'm afraid I don't want no part of it.
I'll pay. My family, we've still
Men's
got some money.
voting.
Fine. Just no more running around with letters.
Thank you. Come on.
I don't want to marry my cousin. I want to marry Penelope. Hell, man, I'm saying. I seen this part before.
Come on. Yeah.
Gave me that border.
And take the road to town.
Like, she sounded so nice asking for that drink. And then she started wanting the burger and she was pissed. I mean, whose ass is fatter? What?
I can't be calm. If we don't get there in time, my true love may be shot.
If she wants to rally, you gotta let...
Put that back at the lasso. Oh, I was looking at this like it was...
Well, good as the cause is,
He should have just gave the bitch the burger. He could have got another one, to be honest. Then he offered her the burger wrapper, and she said, the wrapping has nothing on it. It has nothing.
there they are.
Bo, what are you doing here?
I cannot let you go through with this. You'll be killed.
I'm prepared to die for the cause, Bo. You know that.
Do something, please.
Do what? Fight this mob?
Oh, I've seen that lady.
This is no laughing matter, sir. They need protecting from certain elements. Mostly my family. Penelope, I beg you.
I'll tell you what. Your friend here can drive the wagon for us. It'll allow us to shout all the louder. Hooray!
Sure.
Miss Calhoun. Miss Calhoun. My friend here says he can drive the wagon.
I don't want to drive, bro. I don't want to. I'm trying to be in the passenger seat.
Normally, I like to drive.
Check for side quests in this town after this mission. I gotta go walk my dog. All right. Got you. I will.
I ain't never
Why didn't make Arthur do everything I'm saying?
Protest march before, madam.
Like I told you before, I'm trying to be a passenger princess. Also, your voice has a huge delay with your lips. Does it? Is there a delay? Wait, guys, is there a delay? Is there a delay? Yeah, we passenger princesses. No? Okay.
And the folks attacking us like the wolves, and I'm sure.
This is trying to vote. Come get them. No? Okay, we're good.
All right, ladies.
No? Okay.
We know our
How come she can't drive? Let me be the passenger princess. Not for me. It may just be Legate then. Hey. Man, I gotta drive with this. L music, bro.
Arthur Morgan.
L music. I saw your lips move before you were even talking. It's just hard not to notice. Got to need new Wi-Fi. Oh, these tunes too snitch. Like I'm not feeling this, bro.
Very good. Mr. Morgan.
Just trying to vote. Get your shotgun. Honestly, I think people are getting violent because this song is ass. Hey, this trash ass chorus is fire.
Will be delivered peaceably, Mr. Morgan. You can keep your shotgun to yourself.
Put some Glorilla on, bruh.
Main Street.
My Wi-Fi doesn't cause a delay between voice and face cam.
Look at these people. It's about to get exciting. I can feel it.
Put some Glorilla on.
Good day, Sheriff. I trust you'll make sure it's a peace.
That man is pissed.
Mr. Morgan.
Man, they better sing Pound Town. I'm saying.
The species.
Internet has a few milliseconds of ping, and I'm at 400 megaseconds. All right, let me just check. Let me check. Why they hating on the game, right? Let me check, bro. Hold on. Men will love that. If this is what we are seeing, are we sure they should vote? I just need better songs, bro. Like, I need better songs. You know? Like, I need better songs. You know? Yeah, it's not delayed on mine. You know? They get called witches. You know? They get called witches. You know? They get called witches. Yeah, it's not me.
Almost there. Take us just a little further, please. Those are the steps, Mr. Morgan. Stop in front there, and then all you need to do is listen. Ladies, get down.
Over here, blind. I just checked.
Go home. Shut your mouth. What are you doing?
Cause all this trouble. You don't even
Back from arguing with my Marge while eating pizza. Welcome back.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great day for all of us. For today is the day we begin to live as equals.
If only they knew, bro.
Yes, equal, sir. Fair and equal.
This is unnatural.
If only they knew.
Equal and free, just as the founding fathers.
Can we shoot them? Damn, Lev.
Founding fathers, not founding mothers, you silly old goat.
W Queens.
His philosophy dependent.
Hey, it's Andy Reid.
What the hell you doing here, boy?
But today is the day.
Hello, darling cousin. Don't you ever speak to me like that. What are you doing here? Listening, I suppose.
Go help Bo. His cousin is a moron. And stop them from ruining the speech.
I'll knock his lights out, brother.
Some manners, cousin. Haven't you got anything better to do? Oh, you always was a cocky little...
Weren't we just leaving?
Who the hell is this?
Follow me, Ronnie.
You'll
I'm about to beat his ass.
Come on.
Oh, here we go. Let's beat his ass.
Come on, Bo. Let's go.
Darling cousin? Who the fuck calls another cousin that?
We gotta go before they think twice. Oh, Lord. Follow me. I know a place. It's an old battlefield no one goes to.
Oh, can I shoot him? If we get to shoot these cousins. Let's go, Bo. Let's go, Bo.
Hear the speeches? I ain't voted before.
The guy who's gonna kick your ass? Nah. Nah, you don't see me. If things get hairy, I'll pull out the knife. Or even better, the shotty.
Everyone knows about Penelope and me.
Everyone knows about Penelope and you. I know about Penelope and you, and I've been here all of 10 minutes. Sooner it's out, sooner it's resolved.
The sooner it's dealt with, you mean? We're dealt with. Our families, the Grays and the Braithwaites, we bury our secrets, and we bury them deep.
Your secrets and your treasure.
Catherine Braithwaite's got a daughter. No one's seen her in years.
Slick one Chinese food? Ooh. Hold time, partner. Oh, my chat's delayed. I forgot. Chatterino. Hold on. There we go. I know where you live, Skratsx. I have your home address. It's 69 Ballway. Yo, why'd you put that in the chat, bro? Damn. Or hear me out. The meat stick will be better too. Twerk some more, boy. We're gonna hog tie these motherfuckers. I hate Chinese food. Really? I like specific elements. Like, I'm not a beef and broccoli kind of guy.
Nobody died.
That shit's kind of ass.
My cousins are vindictive bastards. My brothers are vindictive bastards. My cousins are worse.
They started.
That's I thought you're on O Block. That's right, I am.
You should leave.
I am. I was trying to deceive him, you know.
As soon as I have enough money.
I was trying to deceive him.
We have money.
Can't have that coming out.
Is your family very rich?
Yes. Well, I believe so. But they keep me out of the discussions. I have more of a artistic temperament, so...
Oh, is that what they call it?
Yes. Oh, you made a joke.
You are uncultured and a racist.
I do.
Well, stick around. Maybe you can die for her as well.
I thought you were trying to make me feel better.
Look, I gotta go.
Me too. Oh, damn! I'm gonna be late.
What?
My uncle is
Why'd you
quite
say
as bad as
autistic?
you would imagine. Here.
What
Your
happened?
payment. Thank you. Excuse me.
I just thought you lived on the corner of 8th Street and Inch Avenue. Now, I know I don't live there. All right. Go to Rhodes real quick. Easy quest. Let's go to Rhodes real quick. I think we need to go here. Oh, you thought that's what he said? Oh.
Let's go, boy.
Let's go, boy. Let's get on out of here.
Okay there, boy.
Still can't believe that Arthur got raped twice in one stream, bro. Guys, can you tell us the diameter of your schmoink is? How you doing, boy? It's like toilet paper roll and a half. You know? Toilet paper roll and a half, whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not racist one. One of my mom's boyfriend is black. What?
There, boy.
Cut across. Didn't know those were. How many boyfriends she have? Apparently a lot. You know, it's part of the snow lore. Professor Schmoink, thank you, thank you, thank you. I just clipped him on accident. All right. Let us see. I knew I heard a sound. Hold on. See what the hell this is. Howdy.
Achieve glory? Well, this is my glory. You don't have lost a goddamn war. I lost my sweetheart to cholera and my leg to a goddamn cannonball. Hey, partner.
You sure you know who your father is?
Hey!
It's him again.
Hey, it's good to see you again, friend. But, what you doing here? Just visiting old friends, I guess.
I did not. Damn.
Well, you better get out of here. There's a bunch of government agents I met asking about you all across town. Yeah, them and a bunch of bounty hunters, too, I think.
Bounty hunters.
So, yeah. Yeah, but you don't seem too scared. Guess not.
I gotta enable more Pepe emotes.
Pretty mad. What'd you do? Nothing good. Well, you better get out of here.
You better get out of here, boy. Heck the feds. I'm saying. Heck them.
Hi, folks.
Mister?
What was I doing again? Oh. Yeah, I need more Pepe emotes. I gotta go on 7 TV and grab them. It hurt. Didn't realize I was so close.
Okay there?
Who's this then?
Decent town you got here.
Okay.
Uh-oh, mister.
Back to homework. Just want to let y'all know I love y'all still. Yo, we love you, Snow. We love you, buddy.
Hey, folks.
Howdy.
Hey there.
Damn, this motherfucker going, huh? All right. Do we have a side quest? Do not see any. That the inbreeds? No, we already did that. Skratsx, you ever said the N-word? Honestly, I'll be honest with you, man. Unfortunately, I have, you know. It was an edgy time on the internet, you know. An edgy time. And, you know, 2016 was wild. You know how it is. The internet was different. Skratsx does swear. Do I? I don't swear. When was the last time you heard me swear? Hello? I'm ashamed of you. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know what I have to do to make it better, but you know, I'm doing whatever I can to atone, you know, to be a better person. You know, like I say, it's not who I am anymore. It's not who I strive to be. It's not who I was raised to be. But you know, I'm not even gonna say I made a mistake because I purposely said it. But I hope from now on, you can see me. It's in God's hands now. Exactly. Like I hope from now on you can see me trying to make strides. You know. You know. Man, I really could do apologies better. God picker as a permitted term on auto mod. I could do a YouTube apologies better. The only thing I didn't like about this game is Arthur's hair grows too fast. It does grow really fast, Darklight. It does grow fast. I never said the N-word, but I'll call a monkey a mudslinging coon in a heartbeat. Hello? Why are we just... Oh, because there was a quest right there. I'm not doing that quest yet. Hey, man. It happens. You know, the internet was a different time, bro. You know, I was watching iDubbbz, and iDubbbz said it was okay, so I thought it was okay. You know? What happened to lurking and jerking?
Boys don't run much, huh? Go drink some moonshine, you damn lout.
What the fuck?
Same goes for you, sons of bitches. What's all this? I wouldn't hang out by me. Grays are on the hunt.
The COD lobbies changed you? They did, man. They did.
Come on now, boy.
They did. You know? It was wild. It was wild times. Not too quick, huh? I'd rather have it like GTA where your hair stays the same. I don't mind it growing, but it grows really fast. Because it hasn't been that long since we last took Arthur to a barber, and look at him. Like, we remember we were just rocking the full mustache. Look at his beard. It's only been like a few days. You know? It grows a little too fast. But other than that, I don't really mind. What was I doing? I don't really have anything to do right now except for that main quest. I don't really feel like doing that right now. I'll go there and save it, and then we can do that tomorrow. That sounds like the plan. Arthur just got good genes. I wish I had beard genes like that. Sorry I'm leaving now, but I'm passionate about the big lip banana ball dribblers. Especially when they try to grab me with their banana peelers. Hey, I get it. I get it. I wish I had beard jeans like that. All right, just gonna save it right here. I do think that's what we're gonna call it today, brothers. I think that's what we're gonna call it today. You know, it was a fun play. I'm trying to understand that sexually, but I can't. Literally. Okay. No. What you mean? What you mean? You know? This reminds me of you having me watching that Dave Chappelle skit in Target. Oh, watching Dave Chappelle was fun, bro. That was a good stream. That was a good stream. That was a good stream for real. No, God, please no. Yo, I will be back mañana, tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Central, my brothers. It was a good stream. I need to find someone to raid, though. My boy Meek is streaming. Ventus the Soy added African Hillbilly as a permitted turn on the auto mod. Love you guys. Who we raiding today? That's what I'm trying to find out. Who we raiding? W stream. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all for real. Matt? Y'all want to raid Matt? Pasta Matt? We do love Matt. I'm be in Discord talking to you about sports. It's fun. I love it. Yeah, we're going to raid my boy. My boy. Pasta Matt. All right, raid me. Are you streaming? I'd raid you. No, I'm kidding. Illy, let me tell you something. If you ever decide that you're going to stream, I'm going to raid you on your first stream. Also, Unmount Snow. Why? Why? It's funny. All right, we're going to see if this actually works. Maddie with the fat, he needs to be monitored. Okay, let's see if this works. We're going to see if this works. Mod Pasta Matt.
You got soda, Papa? Can I have
Oh,
some?
yeah, he doesn't want followers on Twitch. That's right. We shouldn't raid Matt. We shouldn't. That's a good point, Curse. Raid me while I'm not looking. Attempting to raid? I always show up for this part. Yeah, let's see what happens. That's a good point. Let's raid. Who are we going to raid? Malice in Blunderland? Ooh. Wait, huh? Why? So Matt streams primarily on Kick. So he wants them to go to Kick. See, Scratchy said it was true. Damn. She did. Rate him on Kick. That's what we need to do. Who are we rating? Yeah, he wants primarily Kick. Or else I would legitimately rate him right now. Unless y'all cool, like, no, it's talking about Kick. What? Lev, what are you talking about? Oh, you were talking about him wanting. Okay, I get it. Does it matter? I mean, we can still rate him on. We can still rate him. We can still rate Matt. You know. And if you like it, if you enjoy Matt, you can follow him on Kick too. I'm just jumping now. Oh, I almost had mod. Hold on, I need to raid. Raid. All right, let's see if it works. We're gonna do this. Pasta, Matt. Let's see if this works. Yeah, Lev, when's the next stream? All right, we're gonna see. We have the raid created. Okay, the countdown's going. Is it going through today? It looks like it is. Tonight? Perfect. We got it. Yo. All right. I love y'all. I love y'all. W, it worked. I love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. Have a great rest of your day. Raid time. Here's the raid command. Copy this, by the way. Copy this. Copy that and get ready to spam it. We give you like 4 seconds before I end stream. All right, before I click the button. 4, 3, 2, 1. Love y'all. I'll see you.